there any constituency statements by honourable members? And I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Australians do not have a gas shortage problems. We have a government that refuses to put Australians first. New reporting has revealed just how deeply corporate Japan is embedded in Australia's gas export machine. Ministers have been meeting with Japanese LNG executives more than 20 times in a single term, while households here are left paying the price. This is what selling out Australians looks like. Australian resources, higher emissions, and Australian families carrying the costs while profits are booked offshore. Every week, I hear from families choosing which costs to delay, from small businesses trying to absorb yet more cost rises. They can't win in a market that has been deliberately distorted by exports. Australians are told to be patient, to accept rebates and band-aids, yet Australian gas continues to be shipped out under long-term deals that don't prioritise Australians, and this government keeps waving it through. Influence Map has found that Japanese companies hold more than $70 billion in equity across Australian LNG developments, projects linked to around 290 million tonnes of CO2 per year, roughly 2/3 of Australia's annual climate pollution. And while we're told that this is all about Japan's energy security, the reality is quite opposite. A significant share of Australian LNG bought by Japanese firms is on-sold to third countries, reportedly generating more than $1 billion in profit in 2024. Australians pay higher bills, multinationals cash in, and the tax system barely touches them. Australians paid more than 4 times more in tax through HECS and HELP repayments than gas companies paid through the PRRT. Low-income households are hit hardest, spending around 5 times more of their income on energy than high-income earners. So I say to all the members of government, look to what you are doing with the gas exports. If the government is serious, it must stop acting as a concierge for the gas industry and start acting in the national interest. Lock in genuine domestic gas reservation and transparent contracting. Enforce rigorous methane measurements and regulation, no more voluntary rules, and deliver a credible, managed phase-down of gas consistent with keeping climate change in check and commitments to net zero. Australians deserve an energy system that is affordable, accountable and aligned with climate science, not one designed to boost foreign profits. So let's be clear, gas is not green and it is not in the best interest of Australians to keep prioritising Japanese exports.
And I give the call to the member for Aston.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last year, I stood in this place to condemn blatantly racist and hateful attacks carried out against 2 Asian restaurants, an Aboriginal healing centre in Bayswater and a Hindu temple in the suburbs of Boronia and Bayswater, in my electorate of Aston. Those cowardly acts were not random. They were deliberate, targeted and driven by fear and hatred. I condemned them then and I condemn them again today without hesitation. It is therefore with deep anger and profound disappointment that I rise once more to speak about another attack, this time in the suburb of Rowville. On Wednesday last week, I was made aware that Victoria Police were investigating the vandalism and theft of a statue of Mahatma Gandhi from the Australian Indian Community Centre in Rowville. Police have since warned scrap metal dealers to be aware of attempts to sell this stolen statue, a shameful detail that only deepens the hurt caused. This statue, donated by the Indian government to the Australian Indian Community Charitable Trust, was the only one of its kind in Victoria. The statue was not merely a piece of metal. Gandhi was a man of peace and unity, and his statue at the community centre represented the strong cultural and bilateral ties between Australia and India. Its theft is an insult not only to that community, but to the values we claim to uphold as a nation. The statue had also been vandalised with anti-Gandhi and anti-Indian graffiti in 2023 and 2024. And now, again in 2026, we find the statue stolen, cut off at the ankles, no less. I wish to express my utmost sorrow to Mr Vasan Srinivasan, Chair of the Australian Indian Community Charitable Trust, which owns the centre. I also want to thank him for his leadership, dignity and steady resolve at a time of deep distress for him and his community. His response has shown strength where others sought to sow division. Deputy Speaker, there is no other way to put this. These actions are disgraceful and they have absolutely no place in Aston or anywhere in Australia. I stand unequivocally with those affected. As their federal member, I say this without hesitation or qualification. Our multicultural diversity is not a weakness to be feared. It is one of our greatest strengths. It is the foundation of our communities, the lifeblood of our democracy, and a defining part of who we are as a nation. Together, we will continue to stand united for dignity, for equality, and for the shared values that bind us all as Australians. Thank you.
Thank you. And I give the call to the member for Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. If you've paid income tax once in the last 11 years, you've paid more than the 79 big corporations that haven't paid a cent in the 11 years we've had the ATO corporate tax transparency data. That includes News Corp, Ford, Vodafone, Warner Brothers, Virgin Australia, Dow Chemical. Toll road operator Transurban is another company that's not paid any tax over these 11 years, also a huge beneficiary of the privatisation of public road infrastructure, squeezing thousands of dollars a year out of ordinary Australians just trying to get to work each day. But most of the 79 companies are coal and gas exporters who are profiting enormously from Australian resources that belong to all of us, exporting them overseas, paying no tax, and cherry on top, making climate change worse. So Australians are left to deal with the cost of climate disasters, bushfires, floods and deadly heat waves. But the very companies profiting off these disasters are contributing nothing back. It's time to make them pay their fair share. And speaking of the problems with privatisation, let's talk about the abysmal telecommunications infrastructure in my electorate. A phone call can be the difference between life and death. A fall, a heart attack. Our community needs to be able to reach out for help. But in my electorate, the vast majority of which is less than 20 k's from the Brisbane CBD, people are being left without basic phone and internet services. It's a result of the privatisation of our infrastructure and the ridiculous mandate that NBN Co, set up to provide fast internet to all Australians, act like a for-profit company. It's particularly bad in areas like Brookfield, Upper Brookfield and Kenmore Hills, where recent power outages due to summer storms exacerbated the issue and, with roads cut off, led to no communication whatsoever with parts of that community. Down in Moggill, locals also report frequent issues. Even the local shopping complex doesn't have reception inside. A large commercial complex, 20 k's from the CBD, having no reception is simply unacceptable. This week, we found out the new forecast for the full rollout of the NBN won't be completed until 2040. 2040. This is a result of years and years of cost cutting, and with Telstra now in private hands, they have no real incentive to provide services if they're not profitable. We must ensure these essential services are run for public good and not profit. Thank you.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. 9 residents of Sturt were recognised on Australia Day 2026 for their outstanding service, commitment and dedication to the community, to others and to this great country. And the first 6 amazing individuals I will speak about now were awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia. Mr Peter Wallace of Glenside was recognised for exceptional service to community health through his leadership roles at the National Heart Foundation as Executive Director for the South Australian Division and as Chief Executive Officer. Mr Jean El Kfouri of Newton was recognised for services to Taekwondo, including teaching critical self-defence skills to women and girls. Mrs Kay Collis of Leabrook had her 20-year teaching career recognised alongside her service to St Peter's Cathedral through leadership, volunteer work and support of the Cathedral Music Foundation. Mr Patrick Burke, also of Leabrook, was recognised for his services to the community through public speaking coaching, including to local schools in Sturt such as Seymour College, Prince Alfred College and Loretto College, and his work has increased confidence, resilience and almost a love of public speaking in his students. The professional achievements of Dr. David Heilbron of Fullerton in the field of defence science are extensive. His leadership roles within the Defence Science and Technology Group, including serving as Chief of the Maritime Operations and Electronic Warfare, demonstrate a distinguished career of national significance. Finally, the late Mr. William Quinlan Watson, formerly of Newton, was recognised for his outstanding service to the community of Robe, demonstrated through his leadership on the District Council as both Chairman and Councillor, and through his pivotal role in establishing the Robe Customs House Maritime Museum. Vale William. Mr. Simon Kirkmo of Burnside was awarded the Australian Fire Service Medal for his leadership and dedication at the SA Metropolitan Fire Service and as a long-standing volunteer with the SA Country Fire Service. A key achievement was Mr. Kirkmo's pivotal role in the statewide road crash rescue review and the interagency training reforms that followed. Receiving the Emergency Services Medal was Mr. David Potter of Rostrevor, who was recognised for his career with the SA Metropolitan Fire Service. In particular, his service during the catastrophic 2019-2020 bushfire season, where he was deployed to Kangaroo Island and New South Wales, was acknowledged. Finally, Chief Superintendent Stephen Howard of Beaumont was awarded the Australian Police Medal in acknowledgement of his leadership in seeking to improve key policing processes, with his work strengthening both operational practice and justice outcomes. And I congratulate all.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Clark.
Deputy Speaker, I'm honoured to read to the Chamber today a speech prepared for me by Marcus, who is a young Tasmanian and a constituent of Clark. And I quote Marcus, "I'm almost 18 and I would like to own a home. Now, I love Australia, but the sad reality is that for myself and for most of my generation, owning a house is becoming increasingly impossible. Gone are the days when houses cost 2 peanuts and a firm handshake. Today, the price of housing alone paints a grim picture for the future of our young people and, by extension, the future of this country. And if the youth can't afford to live here, they won't, because the cost of living and housing is causing immense strain, even on the middle class. Indeed, of the top 15 most unaffordable property markets in the world, 5 Australian capital cities are present, with Sydney being second dearest in the world. This is ridiculous and it can't go on. By this point, we are no longer talking about if the government wants a better future for our young people, but if it wants a future for them at all, in which case it must make a concerted effort to increase the supply of housing and to reduce the barriers that prevent this increase. Moreover, the government must do more than tinker around the edges. They must address the underlying issues driving house prices, because a better future is not one created by shrugging our shoulders. It is created by decisive action in the best interest of this country's youth." End of quote. Now, Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank Marcus for his time and effort in writing that speech, and for his reminder that parliamentarians and decision-makers must pay particular attention to young Australians. After all, it is younger Australians who have the biggest stake in the future, and we in this place who surely have a duty to examine legislation, policies and decisions through the prism of their future. I note in closing, Deputy Speaker, that we're on the cusp of the greatest wealth transfer in history, from baby boomers to their children, but that this transfer is likely to entrench and exacerbate inequities without careful thought and planning. And that's what Marcus reminds us, that we must boldly act now to ensure the next generations can survive and prosper in this country. And this must directly address the ongoing housing crisis. There are countless layers to this, but some that come straight to mind are the need to work with state and local governments to increase supply, tax reform to give first home buyers a chance to compete with investors, and for those who can't or won't buy, much greater protections for renters. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. For nearly 100 years, the Coorparoo Bowls Club has been part of the heartbeat of our community, a place where people come together across generations. It's a club that welcomes locals in a way our community does best, warmly, easily and genuinely. For my family, the Coorparoo Bowls Club is a place that is filled with so many great memories of meals, drinks, conversations and great music. I've been hollering at my children to stay off the greens for as long as they could walk. No one else seems to be worried, but I'm always trying. The club is treasured by our locals. It's a clubhouse where families feel comfortable, where people know each other and where you can drop in and feel right at home. It's a real home for live music. It backs performers every single week, creating a stage to showcase their talent. I have fond memories of dropping in with my friend Nance for a Sunday session with Mojo Webb. Of course, at its heart, this bowls club and the green is always busy. The club has so many competitive players that they rotate rosters for interclub matches. That says something important about participation and about pride. It's a place people commit to.
I ask the member to pause. A division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division or the subsequent division. The member for Griffith in continuation.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Of course, at its heart, this is a bowls club and the green is always busy. The club has so many competitive players and they rotate rosters for inter-club matches. That says something important about participation and about pride. It's a place people commit to. They show up week after week, session after session. What makes Coorparoo Bowls Club truly special is how much it gives back. This is not just a club that serves its members, it serves our community. It supports local charities and community organisations, including Stepping Stone Clubhouse, the MND and Me Foundation and Parkinson's Queensland. And it's a club that shows up for our local groups in practical ways by hosting events that bring people together and raise funds for good causes. Late last year, I attended the Karina Kindy Trivia Night held at the club. It was one of those nights that felt exactly like our community. A bit of fun, plenty of laughter and a real sense of community spirit. And of course, there is the annual Coopers Cup Barefoot Bowls Day, drawing hundreds of people and supporting local charities. I regret to say that when I competed, we lost 6-1. I thought my two boys might redeem us in the pie eating contest, but it was not to be. It's also worth saying plainly this club is well run. It turns a profit year after year. That is the maker of a good club, a community that keeps showing up, bringing friends, booking tables, joining teams and supporting what the club offers. It shows that this place is built on connection and it is sustainable. I'm concerned to hear reports that the future of Coorparoo Bowls Club is once again uncertain, despite its success and everything that this club has built. And I urge Bowls Queensland to work hard to ensure this club, an exemplary club in our state, is supported to continue its central role in our community.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Lyne.
In October last year, I rose in this place to raise serious issues about the treatment of the Melmoth family by the NDIA, a family doing incredible work to give their severely disabled son Harry the best life possible. Marie's story highlighted the systemic failings of the NDIS, showing how its processes can undermine the very people it is meant to serve. In my speech at the time, I shared these words from Marie. It is clear in Harry's medical documentation that his disabilities are life-limiting, but instead of spending time and making memories with our family, I must waste my time fighting this David and Goliath battle that consumes and controls my life. The facts of this case are a shocking indictment of the NDIS, where pleas for help are met with silence or worse, not empathy and respect. I asked at the time for a full investigation into the case, which has not occurred. It therefore profoundly saddens me today to share the news that Harry passed away in John Hunter Hospital on the 22nd of January. Not only do the Melmoth family share in the grief of his passing, but also in the pain of the system letting them down. My sincere condolences to Marie, Michael and the Melmoth family. May Harry's memory never be forgotten. I rise to acknowledge and congratulate several outstanding constituents from the Lyne electorate who have been recognised in the 2026 Australia Day National Honours for their exemplary service to our communities. Their service reflects the very best of regional Australia and the values we celebrate on Australia Day. Mrs Deborah Brassey of Pacific Palms has been honoured for her community service, reflecting many years of tireless work supporting the arts in Pacific Palms, nursing, Vietnam veterans in Great Lakes, the Foster RSL and other community organisations. Mr Gavin Fry of Lorne has been recognised for his service as a publisher and author, including his contributions to preserving and promoting Australian art and cultural heritage, as Director of Museums and Senior Curator of Art at the Australian War Memorial, as well as a lecturer and postgraduate marker. Mr John Hahn of Foster has received his award for service to the wonderful Cape Hawkes Surf Life Saving Club and acknowledging his leadership in beach safety and his wider community involvement, and to the Foster Tuncurry Lions Club. I also acknowledge Superintendent Christopher Schild of Old Bar, who has been awarded the Australian Police Medal for distinguished service to policing. His dedication to public safety and to the well-being of officers under his command has strengthened confidence in law enforcement across the region. Superintendent Schild has built relationships with local youth through Boxing with the Boss activities at the Tari Police Citizens Youth Club, and this service has made a real difference. I warmly congratulate them and their families on this well-deserved national recognition.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Dunkley.
Acting Speaker, Across Dunkley, people are seeing the reality of climate change. Hotter summers, heavier storms and rising pressure on households and community facilities. But what inspires me every day is the way our community is stepping up and how this government, the Labor government, is delivering real local action to meet this moment. The Powering Creativity and Wellness Electrification project is transforming two of our most loved community spaces, Park and the Frankston Arts Centre and Library. By replacing outdated gas systems with clean, efficient electric technology powered by renewables, we're not just upgrading buildings, we're safeguarding Dunkley's future. These changes will cut 723 tonnes of emissions every year and save around $207,000 annually. That's a massive 45% reduction in Frankston City Council's gas use. At Park alone, the shift to high-efficiency electric heat pumps will cut emissions by 511 tonnes a year and save $168,000 per annum. At the Arts Centre and Library, electrification will remove another 212 tonnes of emissions and save another $40,000 a year. This is climate action people can see and feel. Cleaner air, warmer pools, safer facilities, and savings that go straight back into our community. And it's not just our public buildings making the switch. Through the federal government's home battery deposit scheme, 856 Dunkley households have already signed up. That's 856 families choosing cleaner energy and reducing bills. In the coming months, I'll be inviting locals to our Renewable and Electrification Expo, a chance to learn, ask questions and take the next step forward to an all-electric home. And while we power ahead on climate, we are backing local culture too. Over the weekend, the Waterfront Festival marked its 27th year, welcoming around 40,000 visitors to our beautiful foreshore. With a $95,000 support package, we helped bring Australian artists, including Sunday Lemonade and headline act Hockey Dad, to the main stage, keeping live music accessible for everyone. Deputy Speaker, these investments reflect who we are as a community, creative, resilient and committed to a cleaner future, bringing families, young people and the community together. The Albanese Labor government is delivering on climate action, supporting artists and building a stronger, brighter future.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, Australians are suffering under a cost of living crisis under this Labor government. Mortgages are up, power bills are up and grocery costs are up. Families tell me that they're cutting back everywhere, and under Labor, the great Australian dream is turning into a nightmare. But while families juggle bills, Labor's priorities are on full display this week. Senate estimates has revealed that taxpayers have forked out $2.2 million on the renovation of the Greens party room. Now, if you think about this in the midst of a housing crisis in Queensland, you could build a home with Metricon from approximately $249,490. So that's about 8 homes for the price of one party room. Now, this $2.2 million renovation included nearly $50,000 in carpet. Now, I'm sure if you gave World Carpets at Labrador and my electorate a phone call, you would get a better price than $50,000 for carpet in one room. Only Labor would see that as being good value. They are so out of touch. Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Fadden, there are almost 20,000 residents over the age of 65, and every week my office is contacted by older Australians and their families desperate for help navigating my aged care, which is too often a difficult and slow to respond process. The Productivity Commission's report on government services confirms what my constituents are living. Under Labor, delays are getting worse. The median time for an aged care assessment has increased to 27 days. But the real damage is after people are assessed. The Commission reports find that the median time for assessment approval to signing a service agreement has blown out to 245 days, up from 118 days just the year before. Now, Labor promised to put the care back into aged care, but all they've managed to do is put the wait on the waiting list. Let me tell you what this looks like on the ground. constituent of mine moved to Coomera in April 2025 to support their 76-year-old aunt and uncle who live in Ormeau because there's no other family nearby. They're juggling full-time work and trying to provide informal care most afternoons and weekends. The uncle, John, has failing kidneys and is on a level 3 package, but his declining health means he can no longer afford basics like transport to appointments. The aunt, Sheila, has mid-stage dementia. She's been assessed for a higher level of support, but she's been told that funding may still be months away. This is not a patient-first approach by this Labor government. The Commonwealth is shifting the burden onto families until they break. Under Labor's new system, older Australians can be given only 60% of the support they've been assessed at needing, but it doesn't get paid back later. Prime Minister, please fix my aged care. Our older Australians deserve nothing but the best.
I give the call to the Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I rise to talk about the impact of Labor's health investments and the impact they're having in my home electorate of Franklin and home state of Tasmania. And certainly we can see already the impact that they're having, particularly our urgent care clinics. We've now had over 140,000 visits to the urgent care clinics. And I'm pleased to say that the urgent care clinic in my electorate in Kingston will soon be opening in coming weeks. And I know that many people in the south of my electorate are really looking forward to that urgent care clinic. And certainly the 2 urgent care clinics in Hobart are also going incredibly well in terms of the number of people that they've been able to see. And I think what's important about these urgent care clinics is that the data and the responses from those patients that they're seeing says that around half of those people would have gone to the emergency department at the Royal Hobart Hospital. And we know the Royal Hobart Hospital is under increasing pressure. Our government has provided the Tasmanian State Government with $750 million just this financial year for public hospitals in Tasmania. And I'm pleased to say, as part of the new Health and Hospitals Funding Agreement, we are now getting an extra $700 million in addition into hospitals in Tasmania, thanks to the Albanese Labor government. We also, of course, have been investing in more mental health services. Headspace has opened just before Christmas in my electorate. This is a Headspace that I committed to, and I'm really pleased that it's up and operating. It is an interim location, but these are really important mental health services for my community. The Medicare mental health service should soon be up and running as well. That is an adult headspace, essentially, for others in our community, and we expect that also to be getting underway. So this is really good news for people in my electorate. The bulk billing, of course, now a large investment in bulk billing is having a big impact in Tasmania. Tasmania, of course, was behind the other states and territories when it came to bulk billing. Our bulk billing rate was much lower thanks to the former government and the cuts to Medicare. And I'm pleased to say that the number of fully bulk billing clinics in Tasmania has gone from just 25 statewide up to 59. Wow. So that is a very significant increase, over 5.4% increase in bulk billing appointments for GPs in Tasmania. Now, obviously, we want to see more of these. I don't see, in terms of the practices and the doctors in Tasmania, my message would be, how come you can bulk bill in the middle of Sydney and you can't do it in Hobart? You should be able to do it in Hobart, and I want to see more bulk billing practices in Franklin and across the state of Tasmania, and that would be my big message. But certainly to the people of Franklin, we are investing in your health services. We know that we inherited a bit of a mess from those opposite, and we've been investing, opening services, and importantly also training and providing staff with our significant investments also in making sure that we have enough health professionals to provide the services that Tasmanians need.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Moncrief.
It is indeed a privilege to represent the good people of Moncrief, and it's something I will never, ever take for granted. Moncrief is in the heart of the Gold Coast, and we're so incredibly lucky to have such a wonderful community, a community built on mateship, on shared values, and of course on service. And that's why I rise today to acknowledge and celebrate the outstanding Aussies from Moncrief who have been recognised in this year's Australia Day honours. Australia Day is a time to reflect on who we are as a nation. And at its heart, these honours recognise the foundation we've built as a community through that service. The quiet and consistent service that is often carried out without expectation of recognition. Moncrief is proud to be home to Australians who embody that very spirit. Mr Leslie Collins AM, recognised for significant service to Indigenous health in Queensland. Mr Collins founded the Queensland Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Health Council and has dedicated 50 years to the National Aboriginal Community-Controlled Health Organisation sector. I also acknowledge Mr Tat Fong OAM, recognised for his service to the Chinese community of the Gold Coast. He's been a tireless advocate for multicultural engagement, strengthening community connections and promoting understanding between cultures. His work has enriched the social fabric of our city and reflects the diversity that makes the Gold Coast such a vibrant place to live. This year's honours also recognise a remarkable husband and wife team, Mr Rock O'Keefe OAM and Mrs Joan O'Keefe OAM, both honoured for their service to the community through a wide range of organisations. Together, they've given countless hours to supporting local groups, charities and initiatives, strengthening community bonds to ensure others are supported when they need it the most. Their joint recognition is a fitting tribute to a lifetime of shared service. I also congratulate Ms Karen Phillips, OAM, recognised for her service to women and to the community of the Gold Coast. Karen has been a strong advocate for women's empowerment, community leadership and local engagement, helping to ensure that voices are heard and opportunities are created for future generations. And Karen is also a great supporter of young people. Finally, I acknowledge Mr Russell Walkington, OAM, recognised for his service to broadcast media. Through his work, Russell has informed, entertained and connected our community, playing an important role in local storytelling and public discourse. Known for his work at radio stations 4CRB and 4BH, he is a veteran broadcaster, famous for his Gerald the Grasshopper character. Each of these recipients represent the very best of Moncrief: service, generosity and a commitment to others. I congratulate them and I thank them for all they've done and continue to do for our community and our nation and for the good people of Moncrief.
Thank you, and I give the call to the member for Petrie.
Deputy Speaker, last Friday I spent the day door knocking with one of the hardest working state MPs in Queensland, Bismuth. So we went out door knocking to talk to locals because we're both heading down to our respective parliaments at the start of this week, and we just wanted to hear directly from constituents what's important to them. And street after street, house after house, whether we're talking with Janine, Paul, David, the Linkfield Road overpass kept coming up. So the former Transport Minister, Bart Malish, under the previous Miles government, he secured funding from the Miles government. He also secured funding from the federal government of $125 million for the Linkfield Road overpass. Now, since the Queensland government came into power, they've released their recent budget, and this overpass, the funding, it's in limbo. We don't know when it's going to happen. Work already started before the state election. Now, what's happening? Nothing. I challenge the current Transport Minister in Queensland, Minister Mickelberg, and I challenge Premier Crisafulli to take the southbound exit off the Bruce, sit at that intersection, and then look my community in the face and say that a staged delivery is what they need. It's not just inconvenient, it's a risk to safety. I've sat at that intersection. You're there for up to 20 minutes and you're seeing other cars just get sick of it and pull out in front of other cars. It's totally unsafe, it's unreasonable, and my community deserves better. And speaking of delays and increased costs, which is what's going to happen with the delays in this infrastructure, is the Redcliffe Hospital expansion. So what we're seeing there is with the previous government, under Palaszczuk government, the Miles government, the works had already begun. The piling had already been completed and we were ready to start putting the hospital up. And I was driving past it on the weekend and I have to say I did see them actually do something. They covered the work site in blue bunting, delivering for Queensland. If it didn't say Queensland, you would easily mistake it as being from New South Wales, the Blues. So I take that interjection, go the Maroons. And so the federal government, we're getting on with delivering for healthcare for our community. We've got the urgent care clinic, Deception Bay, the mental health facility in Redcliffe. We've got 30% of GPs now offering bulk billing. It's now time for the Crisafulli government to get on the job, do what's written on the bunting and deliver for Queensland. We're not asking too much. The community wants to get home safely, whether it's from the Linkfield Road overpass or see a doctor, go into the hospital expansion, which the delay in that is only exacerbating the costs and meeting the needs of the community. So I call on Chris Afuli to deliver for Queensland.
Thank the member, and the call goes to the member for Wright.
When I speak to the electors of Wright and they ask me, how do I get ahead? How do I build a house? How do I get my foot onto the home ownership ladder? And I say to them, the task that is in front of you is being made so much more difficult today under the government settings than what they have been in the past. And it's a really easy narrative to draw or outline for them. And they are quite surprised when I share with them why it is harder. Because I say to them, when we were last in government, we had 415,000 apprentices and trainees in the system. Today, under Labor, 100,000 less, just over 100,000 less. That's 100,000 less electricians, chippies, plumbers, sparkies, tilers, plasterers, every trade we need to build that house that they are aspirantly trying to get into. So it is little wonder when you start to have a look at the housing completions that they're tanking as well. Madam Speaker, when we left government, we were doing 200,000 houses a year. That's not a number that I just bring to the House lightly. That's a number that is espoused by Simon Croft, the Housing Industry of Australia Association. And today, under Labor's watch, that number, in the last reporting period, did they get to 200,000? No, they could not have, because they're not building the skills we need with the apprentices. They've dropped the ball on that. They're actually delivered a much less than 200,000. They delivered 170,000 houses last year. Now, there's a reason we opposed the housing and the budgetary money to go to Labor, because those schemes are not working. They are not driving. In fact, they're having the opposite effect in some regards, where they're actually pushing up housing prices, particularly on the 5% scheme, and there's ample evidence out there to support that. So when you look at the aspirant housing targets that Labor have set, in order to meet those, they need to get to an average of 255,000 houses a year to meet those targets. Never in Australia's history has that number ever been averaged. In the best year, housing completion rates were 225,000. These guys think they're going to get it to 155 without investing in the apprentices that we need for tomorrow.
I thank the member for Newcastle.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to celebrate a significant moment for my community in Newcastle, the reopening of the Regal Cinema in Birmingham Gardens. The Regal is more than bricks and mortars. For decades, it's been a place where stories have been shared, friendships formed, and community life strengthened. That's why the closure of this cultural heart of our city was so deeply felt by local residents. For many years since, I've been proud to stand alongside hundreds of cinema-loving Novocastrians, campaigning to see the Regal restored, refusing to let this much-loved venue be lost to history. And that's why its reopening is such an important achievement and one worthy of recognition in this place. I want to acknowledge Joe Smith and George Merriman and the remarkable friends of the Regal, whose commitment, vision and hard work have brought the Regal back to life. Restoring a local cinema is no small undertaking. It requires belief in community, confidence in local culture and a willingness to invest in something that delivers far more than a financial return. Joe and George and their extraordinary team of volunteers have done exactly that, and the people of Birmingham Gardens, and indeed Newcastle more broadly, are better for it. What makes this moment particularly significant is that it forms part of a broader resurgence of independent cinema in our region.
Only recently, the opening of the Tower Cinemas in King Street, Newcastle, was celebrated, another locally driven independent venture that demonstrates the enduring value of shared cultural experiences. Together, these cinemas show that even in the age of streaming platforms and digital isolation, people continue to seek out places to come together and share in their stories and culture. Independent cinema plays a vital role in our communities. They support local jobs, provide spaces for Australian and independent films, and strengthen the social fabric of our suburbs. They're places of connection where people gather not just to watch a film but to participate in community life. And the reopening of the Regal Cinema is a powerful reminder that when local people invest in local places, communities thrive. I congratulate Joe Smith and George Merriman and indeed as I said, those extraordinary friends of Regal that have long fought to reinvigorate a 1930s cinema to make sure that it is still a purposeful building today. I commend everybody involved in that revival of the Regal Cinema. I say thank you. The reopening of the Regal and the Tower Cinemas is a terrific success story. It's rekindled our community's love for cinema and indeed our passion for the preservation, conservation and continued use of these very important historic venues.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to recognise Marinus Phillipsi from Grafton for winning Bus New South Wales Rural and Regional Driver of the Year. Marinus has worked with Busways for close to 20 years and has built a reputation in the community for the way he treats his passengers with such kindness. People regularly comment on his kindness, especially towards older passengers or a nervous kid on their first ride. He takes pride also in keeping his bus spotless and in making sure people feel safe. Inside the depot, he's known as someone who supports new drivers and helps keep the place running smoothly. Before driving buses, Marinus spent 30 years in the dairy industry. I'd also like to acknowledge his wife, Susan. Congratulations, Marinus, on a well-deserved award. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge and congratulate a very talented young cricketer, Cooper Williams from Caniba. Cooper represented New South Wales country at a recent national carnival, and because of his performances throughout the tournament were so outstanding, he was selected in the Australian Under-17 merit team. An incredible achievement given he is still 15 years of age. Cooper's success doesn't just acknowledge his talent, it's about hard work, discipline and commitment to his skill. Earlier this year, Cooper was awarded the Junior Sportsperson Australia Day Award by Lismore City Council. It's fantastic to see the incredible opportunities regional communities provide. I'd also like to recognise his mum and dad, Lisa and Troy, younger brother Geordie, for their commitment in supporting Cooper throughout his sporting journey, and I look forward to seeing the great things that Cooper does in the future. Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge that this year marks 100 years of the Saracen Theatre in Grafton. This remarkable milestone was celebrated a couple of weeks ago by over 400 people. In 1926, two teenage Greek migrant brothers, Jack and Tony Nataris, first opened the doors. This iconic landmark has been a place where the Grafton community has come together for entertainment, events and community experiences. Grafton loves the Saracen. Over the decades, the theatre has seen many generations of style. To preserve its heritage, features it underwent major restoration in 2010 with financial backing from Tony's sons Angelo and John and Mitchell and Jack's son Spiro. And Spiro, I know, donated a lot of timber from his timber mill for that renovation. Today, the theatre continues under the current directors Anthony and Paul, Tony's granddaughter and Spiro's son. The Saracens' longevity is a testament not only to the dedication of the Nataris family, but also to the Grafton community that has loved and supported it for a century. Happy birthday to the Saracen.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My electorate of Bonner in Queensland is home to extraordinary people who make our community stronger, kinder and more connected every single day. From Manly to Mansfield, Wakeley to Wishart, Ransom to Roachtown, that community spirit shows up in countless ways right across the electorate. It's seen in the men's sheds, Girl Guides, Rotary, local sporting clubs and in the quiet, everyday acts of people who give their time and energy to help others. That is exactly why I'm so excited to open nominations for my Bonner Electorate Awards. These awards are about celebrating the people who go the extra mile through volunteering, leadership, community service, or simple acts of kindness that make a real difference to our local community. The awards are going to have two categories, one for under 18s and one for over 18s, recognising the contributions of people at different stages of life, but united by that same strong sense of commitment to our community. Nominees don't need a title, they don't need to be well known or hold a formal position. They simply need to be a person who is already showing leadership in their school or community, or they might be someone who has spent years giving their time supporting others and strengthening our local community. I encourage people across my electorate of Bonner to nominate someone you might know who lifts others up, who gives without being asked, or who makes Bonner a better place. Nominations are open now and close on the 6th of April. Deputy Speaker, young people in our community deserve to be heard, not just talked about, not sidelined, but listened to and taken seriously. They care deeply about the future of their communities, and young people should have a real opportunity to share their ideas. That is why I'm so proud to announce that applications for the Bonner Future Leaders Advisory Group are now open for young people aged 16 to 23. This group will give young people from my electorate of Bonner a direct platform to be heard and to give them a genuine opportunity to help shape decisions that affect their lives. We will focus on building community and collaboration and on empowering young people to confidently share their perspectives. The advisory group will bring together emerging local leaders from right across Bonner, and what we want to do is ensure that those views are brought not just into our local community, but back here to this place as well. Labor believes that young people should be consulted and heard by government. Yet the National Youth Survey shows that more than half of young people feel the biggest barrier to participating in politics is not being taken seriously or listened to. That is exactly what the Bonner Future Leaders Advisory Group seeks to change, and I encourage all young people in my community of Bonner to get involved.
Member for Groom.
Thank you very much, Speaker. There's been a lot of conversation in my community and around Australia on the role of government spending in inflation and the interest rate rise we saw just recently announced by the RBA. The government, of course, has told us that there is no connection between government spending and inflation or the interest rate rises. And I want to pick apart, Speaker, two of their claims because I think it's important to provide facts to this conversation. Firstly, I refer to a conversation between the Minister for Finance and Senator Patterson at Senate estimates yesterday. The Minister for Finance was quite proud to proclaim across the term of the Albanese government they'd accumulated $114 billion of savings. And this is a true figure, Speaker. There are $114 billion of savings. But when asked was this a gross figure or a net figure, the minister couldn't answer and had to rely upon advisers to tell her that it was a gross figure. So, of course, when you prosecute this case a bit further and what is the net figure, what is net savings, you come up with the problem, Speaker, that there's been $142 billion of additional spending. This is outside of indexation. This is $142 billion of new programs that have been brought in across the term of the Albanese government. So a true figure of the savings that have been achieved by the Albanese government is negative $28 billion. So we can dismiss the argument that this is a saving government. The clear figure, when a finance minister is able to understand the difference between net and gross, is actually this is a spending government, quite clear. An example of that, Speaker, would be the home battery scheme the government relies upon as their go-to answer whenever asked where their $275 is that they promised everybody. This is a scheme that was originally budgeted at $2.3 billion and is now blown out to $11.6 billion. The second claim that I want to pull apart is the Treasurer's claim that it's actually private demand that is driving things. Well, let's have a look at the ABS definition of what makes up private demand, and this is, of course, what the RBA use. And inputs to this include, of course, the age pension, job seeker, family tax benefit, rent assistance, energy rebates, cost of living payments, NDIS payments, any wage subsidies, industry grants, production subsidies and energy subsidies. The thing with demand is it doesn't exist without supply. Private demand, the supply source of it is government. It is government spending. We have seen this time and time again, and we have a Treasurer who wants to try and pretend that this private demand is existing without the government supply. And as I've just pointed out, the home battery scheme is a great example of this. Yes, that is private demand. The supply mechanism is from the government. This is what is driving our inflation in our country. This is what is driving the RBA's decision-making. And it's about time this Treasurer, instead of pretending to hide behind these things, actually address what is real. This is a spending government that is driving inflation.
Member for Bullwinkle.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I rise to share some fantastic news for the people of Bullwinkle, particularly in those suburbs in the Perth Hills and surrounding communities. At the end of this month, we will officially open the doors to the new Mundaring Medicare Urgent Care Clinic. And this is a project that I've championed since my first day as a candidate, and seeing it come to fruition is a proud moment for us all and my community. Located at the Mundaring GP Super Clinic on Mundaring Weir Road, this facility is going to be a game changer. For too long, families have had to drive right down the hill to the Midland Hospital for non-threatening emergencies such as stitches or x-rays and wait for hours at the emergency department. But having it in Mundaring will really suit their needs. So it will be open later this month and it will be fully bulk billed. All you need is your Medicare card, no out-of-pocket costs, no gap fees, extended hours, open 7 days a week, including evenings, and walk-in access. No appointment or referral will be necessary for those urgent but non-life-threatening moments. Whether it's a child with a high fever on a Saturday night or a do-it-yourself injury on a Sunday afternoon, help will be right there in Mundaring with X-ray facilities. Speaker, this isn't just a win for Mundaring, it's all part of the Albanese Labor government's historic mission to repair the damage done to Medicare over the last decade. And new national figures realised this week shows that our investment is working. The national non-referred attendance rate, the bulk billing rate, is now 81%. And even more significantly, because of our strategic placement of services and support for local GPs, 96% of the Australian population now lives within a 20-minute drive of a registered Medicare bulk billing practice. And in a country as vast as ours, that is a monumental achievement for equity and access to healthcare. But there is more to do. In Bullwinkle, we're seeing the local impact of these reforms right now. Since our government announced the record investment into Medicare, we have had 4 additional local practices in our electorate step up and become bulk billing practices. There are 4 more places where residents can walk in and know that their health and not their bank balance is the priority. Speaker, healthcare should never be a luxury. It is a fundamental right, and by opening the Mundaring Medicare Urgent Care Clinic and driving up bulk billing rates, we're ensuring that when somebody in Bullwinkle is sick or injured, they can get the care that they need when they need it, right where they live. I look forward to the opening of the Mundaring Urgent Care Clinic at the end of the month and continuing to strengthen Medicare for every resident.
Member for Canning.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Today I rise to speak as a voice of those who have served and the communities who stand behind them. Because right now across Australia, defence sites are being labelled by the Albanese government as underutilised, unsustainable or even vacant land. We're going to see a massive fire sale under the Albanese government of very historic and important defence land and property. And I think that's a very short-sighted and foolish decision. But the people who wear the uniform and the people who support them deserve a voice, and I've had plenty of feedback from them, and so today I'm going to give them a voice in this chamber and express some of their views whilst protecting their identities. A reservist in Western Australia has told us plainly that the public narrative about Irwin Barracks is wrong. Irwin is not derelict land waiting for the next housing development. It is home to WA's Army presence. It houses a major headquarters and supports a wide range of capability. And its role matters even more because Western Australia does not have regular battalions like other states. For reservists, Irwin isn't just a workplace, it's where army readiness is built. And that same reservist points out something else. Irwin has received upgrades in recent years. Defence itself has been investing there, so why are we now being told it's disposable? A former officer commissioned at Victoria Barracks has spoken about what it meant to stand on the same ground as generations before him, with his family there as they were welcomed into the mess, and shown the history by those who understand what the barracks represents. He says those experiences bind families to service. They build pride, tradition and continuity. And once a site like Victoria Barracks is sold, those things cannot be replaced. A long-serving ADF member has described Victoria Barracks, Sydney, as the jewel in the crown of Army heritage, the ceremonial gateway where we welcome dignitaries, and it's the home of so much of our Army's tradition. Selling this national site to private developers risks stripping away the Army's identity. Another serving member described the pride of working in a place where Australians have served for nearly 2 centuries. And I don't want to give away their identity, but they took a lot of pride in the buildings, the history, the memorabilia, and the culture that engenders, and get a very strong sentiment from that communication. A member from the Royal New South Wales Lancers in Sydney spoke of the shock of learning their barracks may be sold and the heartbreak of knowing he may never again parade there where generations stood before him. He sees this as severing them, our generation, from the Anzacs who went before them. It's not just barracks. A community member from the Western Australian Southwest has pointed out that the Coolulup rifle range has been listed as having no occupants, which is simply false. It's active most weekends, home to hundreds of members used by the Army. So these aren't abstract concerns. This fire sale is going to destroy morale and it's going to sever the ADF from its culture and tradition.
I thank the member and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thank you, Speaker. The tragic anti-Semitic attack at Bondi on 14 December continues to leave a scar on our community. Over the last month, I've met with families still grieving their loved ones who were taken too soon. First responders still traumatised what they witnessed and watched the community wrap their arms around each other. As time moves on, it's important that we don't forget the victims' families, the first responders and survivors. We must continue to look after them and to provide them with support, and that's exactly what our government is doing. Last week, I joined the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention to open a Medicare mental health clinic in Bondi, established to provide free trauma-informed care for the community in the wake of the tragedy. It's located in Bondi Junction Neighbourhood Centre at 59 Newland Street, Bondi Junction, and the clinic's open from 9 to 5 Monday to Friday. Care is fully bulk billed with no referrals or appointments needed, just support where it's needed most. The centre is part of a $42.6 million investment in mental health supports in response to the tragedy. That also includes tailored mental health programs for the Jewish community, services for first responders, and support for children and young people. We've also provided $2 million for Jewish community organisations to support victims' families, including $1 million for Jewish House and $1 million for local Jewish organisations to provide community mental health triage. We've also provided $200,000 for both Bondi and North Bondi Surf Life Saving Clubs to assist with them replenishing their first aid supplies. Basically, every bit of first aid equipment was used on that day. We also want to thank local community groups for their continuing support through this difficult period. To the North Bondi RSL and the veterans there who opened their doors without hesitation in hosting the community hub and for providing trauma-informed counselling. To Hubbard at Bondi, in a time of immense tragedy for everyone there, you've continued to look after others and open your doors and your arms to the community. I thank my friend Rabbi Mendel Castell at Jewish House and the team there for the support that they're providing, and of course Jewish Care Australia. To Surf Life Saving Australia and Surf Life Saving New South Wales for looking after the safety and well-being of its members, so many of whom responded heroically on that night. To Rabbi Yossi Freeman for your tireless work in commemorating those who lost their lives for 30 days following the tragedy and your continuing advocacy for Jewish families. As a government, we're committed to continuing to provide support for the community that's been impacted, and I want the Jewish community to know that you'll never walk alone in the wake of this tragedy.
In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Immigration, Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Thank you, Speaker. Good timing for me. Thank you. Australia's security environment is becoming more dynamic, diverse and unfortunately degraded. We know that Australia is facing multifaceted, merging and intersecting and cascading threats, and the Albanese government is committed to ensuring that our Australian Security Intelligence Organisation is properly equipped to respond to this complex web of threats. The Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2 will amend ASIO's compulsory questioning powers contained in Division 3 of Part 3 of the ASIO Act to ensure the framework reflects the security environment and strengthens existing safeguards. ASIO's compulsory questioning powers are a valuable intelligence collection tool to provide Australia and Australians from threats to their security and to protect them. For over 20 years, ASIO has used these powers to obtain high-value intelligence in circumstances where ASIO's other powers were not appropriate. Since the introduction in 2003 of this compulsory questioning framework, it's been the subject of multiple parliamentary and independent reviews, causing the Parliament to extend the sunset date of these provisions on over 5 occasions. This bill will make the framework permanent by repealing the sunset provision in recognition that these powers have yielded high-value intelligence, been subject to multiple reviews and would be consistent with ASIO's other powers. In September 2023, Speaker, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security elected to review the existing compulsory questioning framework ahead of its sunset date, but did not complete its review prior to the prorogation of the Parliament earlier that year. The measure proposed in the bill had been developed in close regard to the submissions made by interested parties in that PJCIS inquiry. And the reforms also expand the scope of adult questioning warrants to include sabotage, promotion of communal violence, attacks on Australia's defence system and serious threats to Australia's territorial or border integrity, in addition to espionage, politically motivated violence, including terrorism, and acts of foreign interference, to reflect the dynamic, diverse and degraded security environment that ASIO have described. This ASIO bill further amends the eligibility and termination provisions for prescribed authorities to ensure the independence and impartiality of persons appointed to that role. The changes also introduce additional reporting requirements to ensure that the Attorney-General is made aware of relevant information regarding conduct under a compulsory questioning warrant. And finally, the bill introduces an additional safeguard for questioning where a person has been charged with a related offence and that charge is still to be resolved, or for whom such a charge is imminent, by requiring that post-charge questioning occur only before a prescribed authority who is a retired judge. Speaker, these amendments are supporting ASIO during a time in which Australia's security environment is becoming more dynamic and rapidly evolving. We only need see what occurred, unfortunately, on Australia Day in Perth with a terrorist incident there, and, of course, the shocking terrorist incident in Bondi on 14 December, to know that we are living in a heightened threat environment in Australia and in many respects throughout the world. The historic threats that we have always considered with respect to violent extremism and terrorism remain. But as the Director-General of ASIO, Mike Burgess, has made clear, increasingly we're also finding people who are younger becoming radicalised faster and radicalised online. This is a deeply disturbing emerging threat. We're increasingly finding people where it's no longer a set ideology, be it what would be viewed as an extremist ideology purporting to be based on faith, or what would be described as right-wing racist ideology. It's now as well mixed ideologies as part of these rapid forms of radicalisation. That's meant that the threats and the needs have evolved. The government's response needs to evolve as well. In this shifting landscape, ASIO provides the government with the eyes and ears needed to navigate these dangers. They provide the foresight that allows us to protect our sovereignty and, importantly, to protect the Australian people. Finally, Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge the people behind the acronym. The officers of ASIO are everyday Australians, our neighbours, parents and friends who have chosen a career of distinct service. They can't come home and tell their families about their job or the work that they do. They work in high-pressure environments, often dealing with the darkest aspects of human nature, yet they do so with professionalism and restraint. They carry the burden of knowing the threats we face so that the rest of us don't have to face those threats. The ASIO Amendment Bill number 2 will help support ASIO to continue that vitally important work.
I thank the Minister. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In rising speak on this bill, I think we need to acknowledge tragically, the most challenging environment that we operate in the security of this nation in a long time. During the past few years, we have seen a massive spike in social division, which is tearing at the social fabric of our nation. We are seeing the rise of extremism, which is a direct consequence of people increasingly feeling like they don't have control over their own lives or their own future. We can debate the socio-political consequences that sit behind that, but there is a simple responsibility for people in this parliament, which is to pass the laws necessary and have the agencies properly resourced to keep Australians safe. We've seen in recent months, in the context, obviously, of the tragedy of the Bondi terrorist attacks, but as the Minister mentioned before, on Australia Day, I think we saw one of the most terrifying, thankfully unfulfilled, but nonetheless still terrifying attempts at an alleged attack in Perth, where an unexploded ordnance was thrown at a number of Indigenous protesters protesting against our National Day. We can disagree on the issue or the views, but there is no place in our nation for violence, for people exercising those basic rights and freedoms peacefully. And I think it sent chills down the spines of many Australians, including myself, that we could have seen, for want of a better phrase, back-to-back fulfilled attacks of this nature. So it speaks to the challenge that we all face right now. And I know those on the front line of the security agencies do everything they can. I am somebody who, of course, believes very much in the importance of people's freedom and be able to live out the best of their lives, and that we should temper security measures because of the risks that they can be abused. That's why laws must have proper safeguards. And the compulsory questioning power is no different from that. The compulsory questioning power that ASIO holds has a direct and specific purpose, necessary proportionality of their functions to make sure that they can find out the nature of what is happening in our community, targeted in a way with the safeguards to ensure that it only is used in a way, firstly, that it's not abused, but more importantly, that it has to meet certain thresholds and seek certain levels of approval and power with political accountability. So the provision of this bill is very important and tragically necessary. I wish it were not, and we didn't have to support these types of powers. And one of the things I also support is the ongoing review of these powers and sunset clauses, so that there's an acknowledgement that they've not become a permanent state of affairs. But we know what happens when they don't exist, and what happens is it makes Australians weaker, less safe, and that's the basis in which I'm prepared to support the legislation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank the member, and I give the call to the member for Moore.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In 2026, security is not just borders and bases. It's networks, data and trust. That is the world this bill addresses. The Australian Security Intelligence Organisations Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025 modernises ASIO's questioning framework. It keeps what works, fixes what is outdated, and strengthens safeguards end to end. Schedule 1, Part 1 repeals Section 34JF of the ASIO Act. This removes the 7 September 2025 sunset and makes Division 3 permanent, while keeping the existing safeguards and oversight in place. Schedule 1, Part 2 expands the definition of an adult questioning matter. Adult questioning warrants may now apply beyond espionage, politically motivated violence, and foreign interference. They may also relate to sabotage, the promotion of communal violence, attacks on Australia's defence system, and serious threats to Australia's territorial and border integrity. Schedule 1 Parts 3 and 4 strengthen the independence of prescribed authorities. They do this by widening the categories of people who cannot be appointed and by clarifying when appointments may and must be terminated. Schedule 1 Part 5 strengthens ministerial oversight. It requires the Director-General to report to the Attorney-General on any relevant non-compliance or contraventions connected with a questioning warrant. This includes breaches of guidelines, procedures, warrant conditions, or prescribed authority directions. Schedule 1 Part 6 adds specific safeguard to post-charge questioning and closely related circumstances. In those cases, questioning and any production of documents must occur only before a prescribed authority who is a former judge of a superior court. Finally, Schedule 1 Part 1 also amends the Intelligence Services Act. This enables the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security to undertake a further review of Division 3 3 years after this Act commences. That is the legislative skeleton. Now the why. Since 2003, ASIO has had compulsory questioning powers under Division 3 of Part 3 of the ASIO Act. They have been used judiciously to obtain higher value intelligence in circumstances where ASIO's other powers may not be appropriate. That restraint tells Australians that the power is exceptional and applied only when necessary. But the threat environment has changed profoundly in 2 decades. Espionage is now digital extraction, not trench coats under bridges. Foreign interference can be covert influence campaigns disguised as community debate. Sabotage can target satellite links, water treatment plants, or defence supply chains. Radicalisation can happen in a private chat channel faster than any pamphlet could spread. A legal framework frozen in 2003 cannot keep Australia safe in 2025. This bill recognises that reality and updates the reach of the power with tighter guide rails. Australians expect strong powers and strong safeguards, not one at the expense of the other. That is what this bill delivers. The Attorney-General must personally approve each questioning warrant. Questioning occurs before an independent prescribed authority who oversees conduct throughout. The Inspector-General of Intelligence and Security can review every stage and inspect records. The post-charge safeguard ensures questioning of a charged person occurs only before a retired judge. That recognises the interface with the criminal justice process and protects fairness. The strengthened eligibility and termination settings for prescribed authorities reinforce independence. The new reporting requirements to the Attorney-General enhance ministerial oversight in real time. The framework remains targeted, warranted and proportionate. Courts remain arbiters of guilt and innocence. This bill respects that line and keeps it bright. Let me bring this home to more. In Joondalup, Edith Cowan University's cyber capability is world-class. ECU's work with government and industry shows national security runs through suburbs like ours, not just in Canberra. ECU's cyber researchers safeguard the critical systems our community depends on every day. This bill does the same, protecting our institutions and our people. It strengthens capability and accountability together, not one at the expense of the other. Some will ask whether making the framework permanent opens the door to overreach. The answer lies in the checks. Attorney General approval, prescribed authority supervision, IGIS review, mandated PJCIS review after 3 years. That combination provides discipline, transparency and renewal. Others will ask whether the expanded matters are too broad. The matters reflect real-world harms that Australians face today. Sabotage can be disabling of a critical control system from offshore. Promotion of communal violence can be foreign-backed agitation designed to fracture social cohesion. Attacks on our defence system can be interference with command, control or supply. Threats to territorial or border integrity include hostile activities short of armed conflict. Each remains subject to the same warrant thresholds and the same oversight. The expansion recognises contemporary risk. It does not loosen standards. We also hear questions about rights. Rights are protected by process, and this bill strengthens that process. Questioning is time-bound, recorded and supervised. Legal representation is available. Protections against self-incrimination apply as provided by law. Complaints and reviews are possible through established oversight bodies. These safeguards are not decorative. They are enforceable and enforced. That is how liberal democracies wield exceptional powers responsibly. Now a word on cost and consultation. The explanatory memorandum states the amendments have no financial impact. Agencies will operate within existing resources. The reforms were refined through consultation across government with the PJCIS process. Stakeholder feedback sharpened definitions and improved reporting triggers. The framework has been examined repeatedly over 2 decades and is now being modernised methodically. That reform, done properly, not on the run. I turn to the opposition. The coalition will likely support this bill, and I welcome that. But they've had years in which these reforms could have been made. During that time, the threat has evolved rapidly and reform did not keep pace. This government is providing the clarity that the agencies and public deserve. Our approach is straightforward: capability and transparency. Capability without transparency is risky, and transparency without capability is hollow. We are delivering both. That is the Labor balance. And I'd just like to return to more for a practical example. Suppose a hostile actor targets a research partner connected with ECU's cyber labs. Traditional powers may not be sufficient to identify the facilitator and method quickly. A questioning warrant approved by the Attorney General and overseen by a prescribed authority may close that gap. The session is recorded, reviewable, and the outcome is reported to the Attorney General. If the matter moves to a charge, any further questioning occurs before a retired judge. Parliament would later examine the framework's operation through the PJCIS review. That change shows how power and accountability work together. Another West Australian example involves a small defence supplier helping secure our systems. If a foreign agent attempts to subvert access credentials, time is critical. The questioning framework can surface who is involved and how the intrusion was orchestrated. The Inspector General can audit the use and the records. The Parliament stays informed through mandated reporting and scheduled review. That is practical, not theoretical protection. For prescribed authorities, independence is not rhetoric. It is defined by law and enforced by rules. The amended eligibility and termination provisions reduce any risk of perceived bias. Tenure settings create clarity about service and departure. Removal grounds are spelled out, not improvised. These changes keep the safeguard independent and seem to be independent. On reporting, the Attorney General must be informed of relevant warrant conduct. That creates a clearer picture on how powers are exercised and why. It supports ministerial accountability to this Parliament. It also assists the PJCIS in its future review. Together, these measures embed transparency throughout the life cycle of a warrant. They are practical tools for oversight, not paperwork for its own sake. Some may ask whether these reforms restrict operational agility. The opposite is true. Clear rules speed decisions and improve confidence in outcomes. Scheduled review encourages continuous improvement. And I want to speak to my younger constituents studying at ECU and working in local tech firms. Many of you will serve your country by strengthening systems, not by wearing a uniform. These laws support that service by ensuring agencies can act quickly and lawfully when you are targeted. These also ensure your rights are respected and your trust is earned. To local businesses in Joondalup, Edgewater, Woodvale, certainty matters. Permanent powers with clear checks provide certainty. You should not be left wondering whether necessary authority exists when a threat hits your network. You should also not worry that power is used without restraint. This bill addresses both concerns. Madam Deputy Speaker, national security is not a static portfolio. It is a discipline that adapts as adversaries adapt. The best way to avoid overreach tomorrow is to legislate carefully today. This bill reflects that philosophy. It moves the framework from ad hoc renewal to stable authority under constant scrutiny. It recognises more kinds of modern harm and matches them with proportionate process. It upholds the line between intelligence and prosecution. It respects the role of courts and the rights of individuals. It keeps the Parliament firmly in the loop through mandated review. That is how a mature democracy protects itself. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the officials and the oversight bodies that have contributed to the process. I also acknowledge the constructive input received through the prior PJCIS review process. The result before the House is a balanced bill that reflects experience and evidence. The community expects trust in matters of national security. The business community across Perth's northern corridor depends on secure and predictable supply chains. Students and staff in Joondalup expect strong protections for research security. Families in Kingsley, Padbury and Craigie look for confidence in the protection of democratic institutions. This bill delivers that confidence through stronger powers, clearer safeguards and firm oversight. Australians want their government to be calm, competent and careful in this domain. That is what this bill represents. It is a careful adjustment, not a sweeping departure. It is grounded in 2 decades of practice and review. It puts in statute the standards the public rightly expects. It delivers continuity for agencies and accountability for Parliament. It keeps Australians safe while keeping Australia itself open, free and lawful. From the cyber labs of ECU to the workshops of Heathridge and the homes of Iluka, Mullaloo and Duncraig, these reforms matter. They matter because they reduce risk without reducing rights. They matter because they make the exceptional possible and keep it exceptional. They matter because they ensure the law keeps pace with reality. Madam Deputy Speaker, that is the essence of responsible legislation. I support this bill because it serves my constituency more by safeguarding what they build and rely upon. I support this bill because it serves Australia's security without eroding Australia's liberties. I support the bill because it replaces uncertainty with clarity and pairs it with accountability. These are the hallmarks of good law in a serious Parliament. Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank the member. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, was established in 1949 to fill a really important need in Australia at that time. Of course, the end of World War II had only been 4 years earlier, and there was a lot going on in our nation at that time. Rise of communism, a fear of communism, so much going on in subversive activity to get information about Australia, about its organisations, about its defence capability and all the like. And the establishment of ASIO was a critical part of making sure that we kept in front of state organisations, other countries that would seek to do us harm. Never has there been a more important time for the role of ASIO to be at its peak, to be at its utmost level of capability than right now. We are facing, in this nation and throughout the world, a time where people who seek to do us harm are everywhere, endeavouring to infiltrate organisations, even down to local councils and businesses. And this is a critical time that we invest both in resources and people what is needed to ensure that our intelligence agencies, especially ASIO, are the best that they can be. And we should thank them because we have some incredible people, some amazing and talented people in ASIO and in our intelligence organisations here and abroad, working for and on our behalf, working to ensure the safety and security of Australians is paramount. And the world changed, of course, with 9/11. That hijacking of the aeroplanes in the United States. 10 Australians were killed in the World Trade Center. I've been to Ground Zero. It's a very sobering and sombre place. And I know that the work that ASIO and other organisations have done, particularly since that point in time, has been truly remarkable. Yes, we've had incidents. Yes, we've had some people who want the destruction of our society because they hate us, have been curtailed in their attempts to wreak havoc amongst our peace-loving and law-abiding citizens. And many of those attempts, of course, we never know about. I've been to IC of the Security Committee, the peak body here in Australia, and not that I'll go into, of course, what is said and put across that table, but rest assured, it's very comforting to know that our people, ASIO and others, are the best that they can be. And the work that they do is always ongoing. It's 24/7, it's 365 days a year. And we thank them, and anything that we can do to help them has to be encouraged and has to be followed through. And I know that sometimes there are people, nefarious and evil-minded people whose activities slip through the cracks, not always, but sometimes, and we see incidents such as December 14 on Bondi Beach, where out of the blue these acts of terror occur, and these people who perpetrate these acts and who help others to do just that have to be stopped. Should never happen, but must be prevented from carrying out their terror in the future. And I thank everybody who has a part to play in that, because indeed we are very much a peace-loving nation, and that is just something that goes against everything we stand for, the traditions and the norms by which our society is based. What we've seen in recent nights in Sydney has been unacceptable, has been simply unacceptable. And I have to say, hate speech on our streets leads to hate events in our communities, and it has to be stopped. And I know that ASIO very much look at these on an overall level and look at these on an overall basis, but it starts with us as a society following the laws of the land, and when these protests go beyond the laws of the land, well, what we see is a result of what occurred 2 nights ago, particularly in Sydney, and it's unacceptable. And for the Greens to do what they do as a political party, to encourage that sort of hatred in our society is reprehensible, is abhorrent, and I just cannot understand it. But the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025, Bill 2, amends the compulsory questioning powers in the ASIO Act, and there are several points pertaining to this. It widens the scope of adult questioning warrants to include promotion of communal violence, sabotage, attacks on Australia's defence system, and serious threats to Australia's territorial and border integrity. It amends the eligibility and termination provisions for prescribed authorities to ensure the independence and impartiality of persons appointed to the role. It introduces additional reporting requirements to ensure the Attorney-General is made aware of any relevant information regarding conduct under a compulsory questioning warrant. It requires that post-charge questioning occur only before a prescribed authority who is a retired judge, and it makes the framework permanent by repealing the sunset provision. And that is important too. I know these things are under constant review, and that last point about repealing the sunset provision is noteworthy, but I think many of the aspects related to this bill are very much bipartisan in the sense that the major political parties get it. We just do. We understand it. And I appreciate you do too, Deputy Speaker, Member Friend. I know that integrity is one of the hallmarks of your political advocacy, but we do have elements within this building who do not always value the role that fundamental organisations such as ASIO play in this nation. They want to completely always try to tear down the very precepts and concepts of what administering the law means. And by that I mean they're always trying to change things, and that is why it's so important that the PJCIS and those sorts of organisations are run by the serious people within the Parliament. The serious people, and I think everybody in this room knows exactly who I mean by the serious people. There are people in this Parliament who are, quite frankly, well, they just don't like the organisation and the administration of the way our country's run. How they get elected is beyond me, but anyway, we move on. Bill 2 also amends the Intelligence Services Act of 2001 to permit the PJCIS to undertake a further review of the operation, effectiveness and implications of the framework 3 years after the commencement of this bill. The PJCIS plays an important role in the national security and the way that things are done through the Parliament as far as defence and security is concerned. Now, I appreciate too, and I do need to make mention of this, there have been concerns expressed by the Coalition that the bill does promote some overreach. I know our then Shadow Home Affairs Minister, the member for Canning, who I have a lot of respect for in the role of national security and the importance of ensuring that national security is front and centre of everything that we do, said on the 30th of July last year in his second reading debate on the predecessor bill that it should be noted that there are people on both sides of the House who have concerns in relation to the extension of the powers at the heart of this kind of legislation. He added that in the opposition we were alive to those concerns and that we should also explore them as part of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, PJCIS, inquiry into this bill, and that's important. He knows, as does the member for Cowper, the importance of PJCIS, the importance of putting the ruler over every line of this and making sure that we give it the full accountability it requires. And I acknowledge the role that the member for Cowper has played in police work, because police work also goes to the nub of security. And we should give thanks not only to organisations such as ASIO, but the people who don a uniform and go to work every day. I note the member for Solomon opposite, and I acknowledge his part that he played in the Australian Army, because what happens is that when people require assistance, first people they run to are the police, and if really things get so bad, the first people that those under threat require to do the job for them is our defence, our Australian Defence Forces. And I mentioned the Greens before, and if the Greens got in trouble, the first thing that they'd do is pick up the phone and dial 000, and the first people who'd be responding would be the police. They'd expect that, yet they turn on the police every step of the way. Every step of the way. I don't know why. They just seem to hate the way our country is run. Now, in the course of the months since the middle of last year, when the member for Canning, as Shadow Home Affairs Minister at the time, made the points about this bill I referred to earlier, we believe these issues have been satisfactorily examined and addressed, particularly especially in the form of questioning of a number of witnesses, including ASIO, as part of that PJSIS inquiry. So that's good, and I think that the government does need to listen. I do have this genuine concern that, given the Labor government's huge role in the House of Representatives, that it is there is a bit of complacency setting in, that the government is not taking seriously the stakeholder engagement and consultation it should on each piece of legislation. I do fear that there is this inclination to just push things through the House of Representatives and then do the negotiations with those who hold the balance of power in the Senate to get it through. But that's not the way Parliament's intended. That's not the way Parliament should run. There is a requirement to make sure that people who want to speak and wish to speak and should speak on bills are given the opportunity to do so. And there is an obligation and a duty upon the government of the day, irrespective of the majority it might have in the House of Representatives, to ensure that it does listen to the opposition. And I appreciate that things have been interesting of late, but there are very serious people with very serious and qualified backgrounds in the opposition to assist the government, particularly on bills such as this, involving national security, involving our national security organisations. And those experienced and qualified views should be listened to. And I know the PJSIS plays an important role in that, and I commend the government for at least making sure that the answers that we raised in the middle of last year were addressed. So thank you. That's to be commended, because national security is too important to place at any risk, and ASIO deserves the very best help and everything that it requires. Now, those concerns included the view from some individuals or organisations that compulsory questioning powers are excessive measures for an intelligence agency to possess, and they ordinarily should not be broadened. But some also argue that the infrequent use of these powers in the past makes case that there is no need for their extension. But we do support these bills. They are important. I'm glad that PJS has run the ruler over them, and I commend them to the House.
Member for Solomon.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. National security, the safety of Australians, must always be any government's #1 priority. Without protecting our citizens, without safeguarding our sovereignty, all else is exposed, and we have no foundation or basis on which to build our national prosperity and well-being. And yet, in protecting Australians, we face a fundamental tension between individual freedoms and collective security, and that is at the heart of today's debate on this Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025. At stake is not just a set of powers for ASIO, but a question. How do we balance the liberties that define us as a democracy with the reality that, in a dangerous world, we may need extraordinary tools to keep each other safe?
And of course, we now consider this bill with the dark shadow of the Bondi terrorist attack, that tragedy looming large over it. Such a tragedy highlights that freedom must exist alongside constant vigilance. And ASIO assumes the responsibility of maintaining that vigilance with its partners on behalf of our society, and this bill aims to give them the tools that they need to do that job. ASIO performs some of the most important work, yet least visible work, in protecting our nation. Every day, its officers, right now, its officers operating quietly and professionally to detect, to deter and to disrupt, to defeat threats to Australia's security. And they do so under intense scrutiny, and they do so within strict legal frameworks and also without often public recognition. So I want to very publicly give them that recognition now in this place. And I thank other members that do the same, because it is their dedication, their integrity and their professionalism that helps ensure Australians can go about their lives safely and freely. So we do owe them, Deputy Speaker, a great debt of gratitude for the work that they are undertaking right now in the shadows often, quietly, to keep our democracy secure and to keep our citizens safe. So, Deputy Speaker, let's consider the purpose of the bill and why it matters. Let me begin initially by summarising, which I'm sure honourable members will appreciate, what the bill does and why the government argues that we very much need it. And I welcome the bipartisan commentary of the previous speaker, the member for Riverina, in this regard. Deputy Speaker, currently Division 3 of Part 3 of the ASIO Act grants ASIO compulsory questioning powers. So under a warrant, ASIO can compel a person to answer questions or produce materials relevant to serious security matters. The bill proposes to remove the sunset provision, making these powers permanent. It also expands the scope of what ASIO can question people about, including not only espionage, and we know there's plenty of that going on, and foreign interference, but now sabotage, promotion of communal violence and attacks on defence systems, and serious border security threats. And, Deputy Speaker, we know that these threats are real and they are a present danger to the Commonwealth. The bill also reforms the prescribed authority, i.e. the person overseeing the questioning, by adding disqualifying criteria, and strengthens reporting requirements, especially where a person has been charged or a charge is imminent. Importantly, it also mandates a Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, PJCIS, to review 3 years after the commencement. Now, the Minister for Home Affairs and the Minister for Cyber Security, the Honourable Tony Burke MP, wrote to PJCIS on the 25th of August last year to refer the bill for inquiry and report. The review and the submissions received show diverging views, with some placing more importance on security and others emphasising individual liberties and freedoms. And that is the tension, Deputy Speaker, that I referred to earlier in my contribution. During PJCIS's review, a wide range of submissions were made, and they reveal a real debate between security advocates and civil libertarian voices. And it's important that we listen respectfully to all the voices and all members of Parliament, no matter what their view during this debate. The Department of Home Affairs, in its submission, argues strongly that these powers remain necessary in light of changing security threats. They say that over the past 20 years, the regime has struck a sound balance between impact on individual rights and the need for intelligence. We protect Australian citizens and our interests. They also endorse expanding the questioning powers, notably for sabotage, defence system threats and communal violence. On the other hand, libertarian and legal rights groups, for example, Liberty Victoria and state civil liberties councils, have raised their concerns. They warn that making these powers permanent risks eroding fundamental rights, for example, the right to silence, the presumption of innocence and fair trial protections. The Law Council of Australia, in its public commentary, explicitly cautions that these powers should remain subject to periodic parliamentary review. And they argue that removing the sunset clause removes a key democratic safeguard. Now, these are not fringe concerns, Deputy Speaker. They reflect the principled worry about overreach, especially when coercive powers are not tightly constrained. For an insight into the reasons the powers should be permanent, let us consider ASIO's submission to the review. From the Australian Government's perspective and ASIO's perspective, the argument is straightforward. We have an evolving threat environment. I don't think anyone can credibly say that we don't. Threats to Australia are ever more complex. The Department of Home Affairs notes that sabotage, border threats and communal violence now present real risks. ASIO raised the terrorism threat level to probable in 2024, and according to ASIO's submission, Australia, and I quote, Australia is confronted by multifaceted, merging, intersecting, concurrent and cascading threats being driven by the convergence of major geopolitical, economic, social and security challenges. In his address to the Lowy Institute on the 5th of November, DG of Security and Head of ASIO, Mike Burgess AM, grouped threat actors into three cohorts, all threatening our social cohesion in different ways. The aggrieved, individuals that tear at our social cohesion and our social fabric. The opportunistic, organised groups that take advantage of whatever they can for the purposes of their personal or small group ideology. And finally, and most concerningly, the cunning, persistent and highly capable nation states that will play the long game to exploit fault lines and fractures in countries such as us that they consider hostile to their ambitions. Secondly, are causing real damage. The Australian Institute of Criminology, in partnership with the ASIO, has calculated that the cost of espionage to Australia in the financial year 23-24 to be about 12.5 billion, that's with a B. Now, to put that in perspective, that's just under a quarter of the annual defence budget. Australia's defence systems are facing a greater threat from espionage too, and with this government's elevated level of investment should come elevated levels of protection for the sensitive capabilities and technologies that those investments will deliver. It's essential. Mike Burgess spoke in terms of the threat actors previously described, tearing away at or eroding our social fabric and social cohesion. The cost of this is, of course, very difficult to quantify, although meaningfully he makes this point, and I quote, "A more vulnerable, fractured and intolerant society means a less predictable and increasingly volatile security environment," end quote. The costs of this, both financially and to our citizens' sense of freedom and safety, are incalculable. Thirdly, there's been judicious use so far. These powers have been rarely used, Deputy Speaker. According to public record, in 22 years, only about 20 questioning warrants have been sought and issued. This restraint, they argue, demonstrates that ASIO uses them sparingly, only when less invasive means will not suffice. Fourthly, there's better accountability, not less accountability now. Rather than allow the powers to lapse, the bill embeds stronger oversight through a prescribed authority, reporting requirements and a future PJCIS review. Our government argues that these mechanisms sufficiently guard against misuse. Fifth, a last resort tool. Our government frames these powers as a measure of last resort, a capability you don't want to need, but you want to have. These powers are to be used rarely and only in extreme circumstances. Used by then Attorney General, the Honourable Darryl Williams QC, when the powers were first introduced in 2023, and the reasoning still holds today. There are several checks and safeguards against the use and potential abuse of these powers. These powers are not unfettered. It is critical when giving such serious powers that they are neither unaccountable nor lawless, and this bill exists not in a vacuum but within a framework of checks. So let me highlight briefly, in the time remaining, some of the key protections. The issuing process. The powers will still remain subject to a thorough warranting regime. A questioning warrant must be requested by the DG of Security and approved by the AG. The prescribed authority who oversees questioning is typically a former judge or someone with judicial type status, i.e. a competent person. The bill tightens criteria for who can serve in that role, adding disqualification rules. Obligations during questioning. Persons under questioning have rights, access to a lawyer, protections against self-incrimination and other procedural safeguards. Non-compliance or giving false information is an offence with serious penalties. Thirdly, ongoing oversight. The IG of Intel and Security, the IGIS, plays a key role. Questioning under warrant is overseen by an independent prescribed authority to ensure its appropriate conduct. The bill mandates the review, as I've mentioned. In its submission, the Department of Home Affairs even suggests that legislating periodic independent reviews every 5 years to ensure the regime remains fit for purpose. So in closing, Deputy Speaker, we should support this bill as it delivers a finely struck balance between what is necessary to achieve security and what is sufficient to protect the individual rights of Australians. It is necessary in our times to get that balance right. I believe that this bill does, and importantly allows our security agencies to do what they need to do to protect Australia and our interests. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Curtin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2 engages some of the most intrusive powers available to the Commonwealth. Coercive questioning powers that allow ASIO to compel answers from individuals, including people who are not accused of any offence and minors over the age of 14. They engage multiple fundamental rights, including the right to silence, freedom of movement, access to legal representation, and the privilege against self-incrimination. Powers like these demand a careful, evidence-based approach and a legislative framework that's proportionate to the threat environment and our democratic values. ASIO's coercive questioning powers have always been considered extraordinary, even by the standards of national security legislation. That's not just my assessment, it's the consistent language of our human rights institutions and legal profession. Their concerns about proportionality, necessity and safeguards should inform this House in charting a sensible path forward. Now, this bill makes several significant changes to ASIO's coercive questioning powers under Division 3 of Part 3 of the ASIO Act 1979. In short, it proposes to remove the long-standing sunset clause and at the same time expand the grounds for which an adult can be subject to compulsory questioning. The bill makes relatively minor adjustments to oversight and reporting in relation to the exercise of these powers.
The government argues that the security environment is degrading and that certainty is needed for ASIO's collection powers. I accept this, but the challenge for us is to ensure that in meeting today's risks, we do not erode the trust that underpins our democracy. Oversight mechanisms must match the gravity of the powers involved. Since 2003, Parliament has attached a sunset clause to these questioning powers, extended on 6 occasions, precisely because they are exceptional and require regular justification. The bill would remove that safeguard entirely, even as it broadens the matters for which questioning can occur. That combination, more scope with less review and scrutiny, sharpens the need for Parliament to consider proportionate amendments. The additional safeguards proposed in the bill, while welcome, are marginal, especially given the extraordinary powers are now proposed to be expanded and made permanent. They are no substitute for the safeguard provided by periodic review and public scrutiny. We know the powers are rarely used, but potentially far-reaching. Only a small number of questioning warrants have been issued since their introduction in the wake of September 11 decades ago as limited and temporary measures. Yet the powers remain coercive by design. They compel individuals to appear, produce items and answer questions, and non-compliance is a serious offence punishable by up to 5 years' imprisonment. Rarity does not make these powers ordinary. It underscores why their continued necessity should be tested periodically and transparently. The Sunset Clause has functioned as an accountability measure that prompts detailed review and parliamentary debate before continuation. Removing it would end that automatic cycle of scrutiny. The Parliamentary Joint Committee for Intelligence Security is currently empowered to review these extraordinary powers, but only at the committee's discretion. That is, without the Sunset Clause, there's no automatic cycle of periodic review and public scrutiny. I note that in a 2024 submission to the PJCIS, ASIO's preference was not to abolish sunsetting, but to extend it by 5 years to 2030. Even though ASIO's position had changed in its 2025 submission to favour making the powers permanent, the organisation specifically recognised that to fulfil its mission, ASIO must maintain the confidence and trust of the Australian people, Parliament and Government. The Law Council has consistently characterised these as extraordinary coercive powers and opposed making them permanent without stronger justification and safeguards, calling for measures such as judicial ratification and enhanced lawyer access. Their central argument is that if scope is broadened, oversight must be strengthened, not relaxed. Across multiple reports in 2025, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights questioned the necessity of repealing the Sunset Clause, warning that remaining safeguards may be insufficient given the extent of rights interference. The common theme is consistency. Powerful tools should be balanced by predictable, structured scrutiny. That's not anti-security, it's the formula for durable legitimacy, which in turn strengthens compliance, cooperation and public trust. The test we should apply is not whether ASIO needs tools to protect Australians. I agree that it does. Rather, the test is whether the combination of permanently entrenching coercive questioning powers and expanding their scope is necessary and proportionate, and whether the oversight architecture is strong enough to command enduring public confidence. Compulsory questioning affects the rights of people who may never be charged with an offence. It intrudes on the right of silence and can limit access to counsel in ways which are unusual in our system. These features explain why, for 20+ years, Parliament has insisted on sunsetting to force a recalibration if the security context or operational experience changes. Removing that discipline risks normalising exceptionality. I will be introducing 2 amendments which would ensure the bill functions effectively and responsibly. They reflect alternative routes to improving oversight and accountability. Firstly, I will propose that the Sunset Clause is retained, extended to March 2030, in order to preserve the discipline of periodic parliamentary review. This approach gives immediate operational certainty to ASIO while reaffirming that extraordinary powers must be regularly justified. As a second safeguard, which could operate with or without my first amendment, I'll introduce an amendment to ensure the mandatory statutory review of these powers by the PJCIS. Currently, that review is discretionary, even though the PJCIS itself said in its inquiry report tabled last week that with the entrenchment of the compulsory questioning powers, regular review, including parliamentary oversight by this committee, is more important than ever. Now, I want to address some possible objections to these amendments. Some will say, won't stronger oversight slow ASIO down? Well, my proposed amendments to retain the sunset clause and mandate the committee's periodic review of the powers will not burden ASIO's daily operations. They provide legitimate legislative oversight without impeding ASIO's ability to seek or execute questioning warrants. Another objection could be that if the powers are rarely used, why do we need strong safeguards? We need these safeguards because they are coercive and exceptional powers. Severe but rarely used powers require predictable, independent scrutiny to ensure they remain necessary and proportionate and are not just permanent and beyond review. Another objection could be, isn't permanence standard for other ASIO powers? And it's true that many of ASIO's special powers, like those concerning surveillance devices and computer access, do not sunset. But compulsory questioning sits in a different category. It compels information from people who may not be suspects, limits rights normally seen as fundamental, and historically was justified as temporary and exceptional. Treating it differently is consistent with its exceptional character. Trust grows when powers are used proportionately and overseen credibly. That's why this bill should balance operational need with visible accountability. We cannot afford a false choice between security and rights. Our task is to hold both in view, recognising that the legitimacy of our security laws is itself a national security asset. A measured framework which embeds periodic review and oversight helps protect against overreach and sustain the social licence that ASIO needs to do its job effectively. I think there is a credible, constructive middle course. Retain the sunset clause consistent with 2 decades of practice and continue to ensure these powers remain proportionate and appropriate, and/or legislate mandatory periodic reviews by the PJCIS to ensure that Parliament periodically tests whether the powers remain necessary and proportionate in light of contemporary risks and practice. Either path respects both the complexity of our security environment and the integrity of our democracy. Either path acknowledges that extraordinary powers deserve extraordinary oversight. I urge the government to consider amending the legislation in this way, to choose measured safeguards today in order to preserve the legitimacy we will rely on tomorrow. This is how we keep Australians safe while strengthening the trust that keeps us together.
I call the member for Barton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill, number 2, 2025. And it's largely a technical bill aimed at amending the compulsory questioning powers in the Act. At its core, this bill is about making sure our intelligence laws keep pace with the world around us, a world that is quickly changing, with new threats emerging, extremism on the rise. These changes are not theoretical. They reflect the real pressures our security agencies are dealing with every single day. I want to expand on the context during the speech, while also explaining what this means to the role of being a local MP. Because while enhancing ASIO's powers is essential, we as elected members must also provide a responsible, reliable and empathetic connection between our constituents and the House. Security laws alone do not keep this country safe. Trust, social cohesion and a sense of belonging do that. That is how we combat distrust in government and reduce the appeal of extremism. Without this work at the community level, we make the task of our security agencies, law enforcement and judiciary harder, and we jeopardise the safety of our constituents. It is a duty that goes to the core of a local member's work and one that I do take very seriously. First, I would like to place these reforms within the security environment we find ourselves in. Mike Burgess, the Director General of ASIO, has said that Australia has entered a period of, quote, strategic surprise and security fragility, end quote. He made these comments in February last year. In plain terms, what he's telling us is that the world has become more unpredictable, more volatile, and less forgiving of complacency. The threats we face are not always obvious, and they do not always look like the threats of the past. He went on to say that this fragility is underlined by eroding social cohesion, declining trust in institutions, and a plague of misinformation and conspiracy. These are not abstract concepts. We see them play out in everyday life, in how people talk about politics, how they treat one another online, and how quickly misinformation spreads. This isn't just something discussed in reports or briefings, it is something that people are living with every single day. It shows up in the us versus them mentality that is increasingly defines public debate, and in the digital echo chambers where false claims are repeated until they feel true. And I just also want to acknowledge, Deputy Speaker, the particular works for the Member for Cowan, the Minister for Small Business, International Development and also Multicultural Affairs. Dr. Anne Ali has done a lot of work in this space, and through you, Deputy Speaker, I think it's important that the Chamber should take the time to look at her work that she's contributed in this space. It's the division and hateful rhetoric we see on our streets, online, designed to radicalise Australians who feel left out, angry or alone. We don't need study after study to tell us that we are living in a precarious period. People feel it, they see it, they experience it. I encourage people who don't believe me to just look at the comment sections of my Facebook posts. It's content that I can't say it on Hansard, but it's really difficult that that's the way that our community has resulted to debate. That kind of language doesn't appear out of nowhere. It's cultivated, encouraged and amplified, often by people who benefit from that division. And since that day, many Australians have told me they feel a heightened sense of fear and vulnerability, not just in the Jewish communities, but across the board. Because when I began writing this speech, before the Bondi massacre on December 14th, we knew that we were living in a dangerous context, but the horror and the evil that unfolded on that day is something that many of us could not have imagined. It was anti-Semitism, a vile hatred that motivated such an attack. And in the aftermath, many Australians feel that hatred and insecurity all around them. I'm particularly concerned by the amount of young people being radicalised in online spaces, and ASIO has warned that this will only increase. In ASIO's submissions to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, they note that in 2020, a third of their counter-terrorism caseload involved minors. This was aggravated by an increased amount of time spent online during COVID-19 pandemic. Burgess has said that this cohort is overwhelmingly male, largely Australian-born, and drawn together not by a single ideology, but by a fascination with violence. That detail matters because it challenges some easy but incorrect narratives. And I'm not repeating these facts to lay blame. Rather, they show that claims about imported violence are often themselves a symptom of radicalisation, not a reflection of reality. Our young people are being targeted at one of the most vulnerable times in their lives. They're being told that their loneliness, frustration, and a lack of opportunity is the fault of a neighbour, a migrant, or a minority group. In truth, the threat is often far closer to home. It is the anonymous online forum that rewards outrage. It's the algorithm that promotes the most extreme content because it captures attention. It is the replacement of real human connection with constant exposure to anger and fear. This is why measures like the social media ban matters. They recognise that what happens online has very real consequences offline, especially for developing minds. As parliamentarians, we see this evolving context play out in our communities. And yet I also hear something else from constituents. how lucky they feel to live in this country, and how strongly they want it to remain safe and a welcoming country. There are two parts to that task. The first is passing legislation like this bill before us, and the anti-hate legislation that was passed a fortnight ago. The second part is less visible, but just as important. We must ensure we are playing proactive, constructive roles in our communities. Being an MP does not just mean turning up to presentations or events, while I do enjoy that. It means connecting with all these groups, these families, religious groups across the electorates, and providing them with effective, efficient connection to government. It's a role that I'm very much humbled to be able to do and proud to play a part in. It is about consistent, genuine engagement. It means speaking with people one-on-one, explaining decisions early, listening seriously to their concerns. Populism connects with people because it speaks directly and plainly. And we can do the same, without the fear, without the division or extremism that often accompanies it. If we do not, we risk increasing the likelihood that extraordinary powers are needed more often. We want ASIO to have the powers we want ASIO to have the powers it needs to keep Australians safe. And we want those powers to be used carefully, proportionately, and only when necessary. To make that possible, we as MPs must do our part. So in a similar vein, let me explain the amendments that are before us. ASIO has a compulsory questioning warrants framework under the Act. They were first introduced by the Howard government in 2003 as temporary measures, and these compulsory questioning powers are a valuable intelligence collection tool to protect Australians from threats to their security. The clauses in question have been used sparingly, but continuously over successive governments. They originally temporary, the sunset clause on these provisions have been extended 5 times. Each time they have been subject to multiple parliamentary and independent reviews. These amendments remove the sunset clause and make the regime permanent. By making them permanent, we are formalising an already regular practice and in turn providing certainty and clarity to our security organisations. As it stands, there are only 3 grounds upon which an adult can be questioned. These grounds are if the adult has engaged in espionage, politically motivated violence, or acts of foreign interference. It covers where these acts are directed or committed in Australia or not. We are adding 4 new grounds on which an adult can be questioned. These are where they engage in sabotage, where they promote communal violence, where they attack Australia's defence system, or for the protection of Australia's territorial and border integrity from serious threats. The addition of these grounds give ASIO the power it needs to investigate any potential threats to Australia's peace and security. Put simply, this ensures ASIO can investigate the full range of modern national security threats, not just the ones we were focused on 20 years ago. The power to investigate threats of communal violence, I think, is particularly important in the wake of December 14. Wherever there is an actor spruiking violence against a group of people for simply existing, ASIO should have the power to investigate and question this person before the threat becomes real. There are also amendments to ensure that every questioning warrant, the Director General must give the Attorney General a written report containing listed details. These details include any non-compliance or contravention of warrants granted. Such enhanced reporting obligations ensure that these laws are not misused whilst maintaining transparency and accountability. A prescribed authority is a person appointed by the Attorney General under subsection 34AD, subsection 1 of the ASIO Act. They play a crucial role in ensuring compliance with the law and protecting the rights of the person being questioned. Eligible persons are former judges who had served on a superior court for at least 5 years, the current president or deputy president of the ART, or a senior counsellor, like a barrister, who has been enrolled as a legal practitioner for at least 10 years and holds a current practicing certificate. These amendments expand the list of persons who are not eligible to be prescribed authority. It does so to make sure anyone with a conflict of interest cannot act in this role. They include members of the Defence Force, APS employees, or a public service agency head, members of Parliament, the Director of Public Prosecutions, or Solicitor Generals. They also propose grounds where the Attorney General may or must terminate the term of the person serving in that role. This bill reflects the reality of security environment Australia is now facing. It acknowledges the threats have evolved, that extremism is adapting, and that our legal framework must do the same. At the same time, it reinforces the principle that strong security powers must sit alongside strong safeguards, oversight, and accountability. And it reminds us that laws alone are not enough. As parliamentarians, we must continue to build trust, strengthen social cohesion, and ensure people are heard, supported, and included. That is how we reduce the conditions in which extremism thrives. And that is how we support the work our security agencies do. And that is how we keep Australia safe, not just in law, but in practice.
I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025. This is the second, and I would say more controversial, of the two bills introduced to this Parliament to update the powers of our National Intelligence Agency. The first extended the operation for compulsory questioning powers. This bill goes further by making those powers permanent. This bill proposes to remove long-standing sunset provisions, establish new grounds for compulsory questioning warrants, alters who may oversee that questioning, and changes the circumstances in which warrants may be issued when a person has been charged or a charge is imminent. Deputy Speaker, once again I'm disappointed that debate on legislation of such gravity as this is being relegated to the Federation Chamber rather than being debated in the full light of the House of Representatives, because measures that shape the reach of our intelligence agencies deserve the highest level of scrutiny and not a narrow window for debate. It's a troubling pattern. Laws with profound consequence for civil liberties and the rule of law must never be met with constrained debate, limited scrutiny and the erosion of any safeguards. ASIO plays a critical role in maintaining our national security and responding to serious threats through the collection of intelligence information. Now, I don't underestimate the complexity of these threats, nor the responsibility of government to equip our agencies with powers that are effective and proportionate to the threat environment. Powers that protect our citizens and contribute to peace throughout the world. But effective powers must never become unfettered powers. Compulsory questioning powers were introduced in 2003 as part of Australia's response to the increased international threat of terrorism following the horrendous September 11 attacks on the United States. They were framed then as a measure of last resort, reserved for the most extreme of circumstances. In 2020, these powers were expanded to cover warrants in matters relating to espionage, politically motivated violence and acts of foreign interference. This bill now substitutes the definition of adult questioning matter to include espionage, sabotage, politically motivated violence, promotion of communal violence, attacks on Australia's defence system, acts of foreign interference and the protection of Australia's borders. During the lapsed statutory review, only in the last Parliament, both ASIO and the Department of Home Affairs recommended against including border security in this list of powers. Yet they've changed their tune in recent times, and we have little detail to properly consider the shift in this opinion, and detail's important. Australia already has a very rigorous multi-agency border protection framework, and evidence to the PJCIS inquiry into this bill did not suggest a historic peak in threats to border protection, but instead noted global developments that can drive the displacement of people. We should remember that people seeking asylum are some of the most vulnerable people around the world and are fleeing conflict and violence, not seeking to perpetrate it. One justification advanced for these changes is the convenience of aligning ASIO's compulsory questioning with the rest of their warrant powers, including broadening additional heads of security through undefined or vaguely defined terms. Convenience, however, is not a sufficient test for necessity or proportionality when extraordinary powers are at stake. While this bill strengthens some eligibility and termination provisions for prescribed authorities, it gives the Attorney-General certain discretions over appointments, and it does not fully resolve concerns about actual or perceived conflicts of interest. In my view, the ratification of warrants would be better safeguarded in a judicial setting instead of ministerial approval. Deputy Speaker, this bill also fails to strike an appropriate balance regarding access to legal advice for someone being questioned under these powers. The point has been well made that such legal representation is only meaningful if sufficient information is available about the basis and the scope of the warrant. There remains unresolved concerns about rule of law principles, including privilege against self-incrimination. Less than 2 years ago, ASIO told the PJCIS that it no longer saw a strong case for retaining the power to question minors under warrant. This was because ASIO had, at the time, never used nor requested a minor questioning warrant. ASIO has walked back this position and now argues it's proportionate to the potential threat to security. Again, it's difficult to understand the evidence base behind this when we know little about the threat. Repeal of this power is not before the House, and I question why successive governments have retained these powers when they remain unused and unjustified. The prospect of extraordinary powers being held in reserve for hypothetical future use on a child does not give me assurance that any of these powers are indeed proportionate to the threat. And it further concerns me that we're not seeking other alternatives within our judicial system for such circumstances. Deputy Speaker, it's so important in this House when we legislate laws of such consequence as these that we don't engage in groupthink, that we do put forward questions to really interrogate why we need these laws and the proportionality of them. A sunset clause was not part of the original bill, but was negotiated. It was negotiated in to secure its passage and provide a protective measure. In fact, by Labor in opposition. To my point, we must never groupthink. We must really interrogate these. The sunset clause has been renewed 5 times since 2003, and that reflects the Parliament's consistent recognition that these are extraordinary powers and that they should be monitored. I acknowledge that ASIO has used these powers at a discretionary level over the past 20 years, and that they have cited the complex, challenging and changing nature of the threat environment as a reason they continue. This bill, though, removes the sunset clause and it replaces it with a statutory review in 3 years. I share the view expressed by the Law Council and others that the sunset clause signals the extraordinary nature of compulsory questioning powers. The very restraint in their use underscores the function of the sunset clause. And by requiring Parliament to regularly revisit them, the sunset clause delivers the accountability and balance that was central to its original purpose. It ensures that extraordinary powers remain subject to deliberate democratic scrutiny by us, by the Parliament, retaining the check and balance that made it a condition of Labor's support back in 2003 and that has proven its value over decades. Because it is a responsibility of us as legislators to interrogate laws of such great consequence to our citizens. Entrenching these extraordinary powers in our laws, even with a statutory review mechanism, risks normalising executive overreach. At a time when our nation is still living the shock and grief of terrorist atrocity committed against Jewish people at Bondi in December, and another terrorist attempt against First Nations people on January 26, Our nation is desperate for effective responses to radicalisation and threats to public safety. Just last month, this Parliament strengthened laws addressing hate crimes and a long-standing need to improve information sharing between agencies to better identify and respond to threats. However, Deputy Speaker, in pursuing security, we must not lose sight of lessons from around the world of the tragic consequence of governments exercising extraordinary powers over its citizens. We see the consequence of the politicisation of state powers and its undermining of individual freedoms and the safety of citizens. And we have fervently protected our democratic conventions, and we should avoid weakening mechanisms of scrutiny that preserve the balance between executive and judicial powers. We cannot allow the creep of overreach to compromise that balance. Deputy Speaker, of course, we must be vigilant against external threats, but we must also be vigilant against the erosion of principles that define our democracy, because protecting those principles provides the ultimate safety for Australians, their rights and the rule of law.
I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak in support of the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2 of 2025. Like the other bills pertaining to security and intelligence that have been debated in the 48th Parliament, the primary purpose of this bill is to implement reform to keep Australians safe. The role that the Australian Security and Intelligence Organisation plays in doing that and keeping Australians safe from national security threats cannot be underestimated, and there is a grave need, more than ever, for its powers to be adequate to support this function, at the same time as being necessary and proportionate to respond to the ever-changing and challenging security environment. This bill will operate to amend the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation's compulsory questioning powers as contained in Division 3 of Part 3 of the Australian Security and Intelligence Organisation Act of 1979. Division 3 of Part 3 of the ASIO Act provides for ASIO to request that the Attorney-General issue a warrant to require a person to appear before a prescribed authority to give information or produce a record or some other thing that is or may be relevant to intelligence that's important in relation to the matter being questioned. The Attorney-General may issue an adult questioning warrant for a person over 18 years or a minor questioning warrant for a person aged 14 to 17 years. In doing this, the bill also seeks to make comprehensive reforms to the compulsory questioning warrants framework by amending the Act to do the following: to expand the scope of adult questioning warrants to include 4 new grounds, and by making amendments to requirements relating to prescribed authorities, including new grounds that would disqualify prospective prescribed authorities from being appointed, and amending when the Attorney-General can terminate the appointment of a prescribed authority. The bill also makes an amendment to the Intelligence Services Act of 2001 to require that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security review the amendments contained in the bill on the 3rd anniversary of its commencement. Background that is important and relevant to this is that on 25 August 2025, the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill number 2 was referred to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for inquiry and report. 6 public submissions were received and a public hearing into the operation of the framework was held on 17 November 2005, resulting in that amendment. So in terms of the new 4 expanded grounds in relation to which the scope of adult questioning warrants apply, these are already set out in Section 4 of the ASIO Act under the definition of security. Security is defined in that legislation as protection of and of the people of the Commonwealth and states and territories from espionage, sabotage, politically motivated violence,
the promotion of communal violence, attacks on Australia's defence system, or acts of foreign interference, whether directed from or committed within Australia or not. Of these elements in the definition of security, sabotage, promotion of communal violence, attacks on Australia's defence system and serious threats to Australia's territorial and border integrity will be included in the scope of adult questioning, in addition to espionage, politically motivated violence, including terrorism, and acts of foreign interference. So these newly expanded areas were already contemplated in the ASIO Act as being relevant to the security of the Australian people, but will now join the other existing elements of that definition with respect to the scope of adult questioning. In his 2025 annual threat assessment, the Director-General of Security outlined ASIO's outlook to 2030, which assessed that over the next 5 years, Australia's security environment will become more dynamic, more diverse, and more challenging. Australia is facing multifaceted, merging, intersecting, concurrent, cascading threats. And if we are to ensure that Australians are safe and feel safe, ASIO must be properly equipped to respond. The 2025 Annual Threat Assessment also outlines that now, more than ever, information is needed to allow ASIO to anticipate, to look forward, to identify trends and to identify patterns of behaviour. Credible risk assessments and advice to government and other stakeholders can only be developed in relation to credible information from relevant sources. So ASIO's compulsory questioning powers are part of this. They are a vital capability in protecting Australia and Australians from threats to their security. Introduced in 2003 following the 11 September 2001 terrorist attacks in the United States, the powers were intended to improve ASIO's ability to identify and counter threats to terrorism. The security environment has evolved considerably since 2003, and these reforms have been made to the framework as a result. Our environment from a security perspective is becoming more complex. We have seen recent instances of foreign interference on our shores, which, along with security threats from espionage, politically motivated violence, these remain our principal security concerns. But as things move and change, and they do so rapidly, it is important that ASIO's powers continue to evolve to enable ASIO to respond in an increasingly volatile threat environment. The compulsory questioning framework is therefore critical, but it must also be proportionate and reasonable to the objective. In this respect, the compulsory framework has, since its introduction, been subject to 5 parliamentary and 2 independent reviews. The use of compulsory questioning powers over more than 2 decades by ASIO has demonstrated that the powers have been used judiciously to obtain high-value intelligence in circumstances where ASIO's other powers may not be as effective. In reflection of the fact that proper and thorough oversight is critical given the nature of these powers and the need to ensure trust and confidence, the bill will also make consequential amendments to the Intelligence Services Act of 2001 to enable that further review of compulsory questioning framework by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. This is a part of a process of continual review and measurement to ensure that the bill and the framework it promotes are working, but working in a way that promotes public trust and confidence. Now, in this bill, the compulsory questioning warrants will become a permanent feature of ASIO's intelligence collection powers, allowing ASIO to collect the information and intelligence it needs to anticipate Australia's needs in a changing security environment. It must be proactively equipped to deal with this, and this step is illustrative of the government's view that these compulsory questioning powers now form an essential part of ASIO's collection powers, particularly in light of the evolving security environment. As an Australian citizen living and working in this great country, I want ASIO to be able to anticipate, to be able to properly advise government and other stakeholders, to be able to prepare accurate and thorough risk assessments so that dynamic and critical risks to the security of the Australian people can be properly managed. I want to know that ASIO knows what is going on and what the threats to this country and its people might be and how best to counter them. That being said, these compulsory questioning powers are of course serious and need to be used within a framework of the highest standards of integrity, fairness and probity. ASIO has used these powers judicially since inception, and the framework must be designed so it can continue to do so. The bill therefore retains the existing safeguards, oversight mechanisms and accountability measures that apply to the framework, including oversight by the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security. The measures are available to all members to review in Section 34 of Part 3 of Division 3 of the ASIO Act, and include contact with legal and other representatives, the use and disclosure of information so as not to prejudice a fair trial, the prohibition on questioning of persons under 14 years of age, access to interpreters, and additional time for questioning if an interpreter is required. They also include the requirement that the subject of compulsory questioning be advised of the nature of the warrant in terms of what it allows the prescribed authority to do, the period for which the warrant is in force, the circumstances in which the subject may be apprehended, the subject's right to apply for financial assistance, and the subject's right to make a complaint in relation to aspects of the warrant. A person who is the subject of a compulsory questioning warrant continues to have the ability to seek a judicial remedy in relation to the warrant or treatment in connection with the warrant. The person also has a right to contact the Inspector General of Security and Intelligence to make a complaint in relation to ASIO, to contact the Commonwealth Ombudsman to make a complaint in relation to the Australian Federal Police, or to contact the Complaints Agency of the relevant state or territory to make a complaint in relation to the police force of that relevant state or territory. So, with respect to these safeguards and the new regime, Division 3 of Part 3 will remain consistent with Article 9 of the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights, as it is reasonable, necessary and proportionate to achieving the legitimate objective of maintaining national security. Further, the measures in the bill will provide additional strength to the existing safeguards already in place in the framework, including by ensuring the independence and impartiality of prescribed authorities and ensuring the Attorney-General is made aware of relevant information regarding conduct under the warrant, including any instances of non-compliance. These amendments will strengthen key safeguards in the existing legislative framework to promote fairness, uphold human rights and the right to a fair trial, and to enhance transparency and accountability. The Australian Security and Intelligence Organisation performs an essential role in protecting Australia and Australians from threats to their security. ASIO's compulsory questioning powers provide them with a unique and necessary tool to investigate the most significant threats confronting Australia today. The important reforms contained in this bill are designed to ensure that ASIO's powers remain commensurate to the emerging challenges being faced by Australia, so that ASIO can execute its mission to counter threats to Australia's security and ensure that all Australians not only feel safe but are safe. Terrorists, malign actors and extremists need to get it right once in order to cause destruction, injury and death on a mass scale. ASIO has to get it right 100% of the time, and it needs to be properly equipped to do so. I stand with the Minister for Home Affairs in this important work and with this government as it prosecutes its commitment to ensuring Australia's national security laws continually evolve to protect the Australian community while ensuring that strong safeguards and public trust and confidence in the process remain firmly in place. And I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for New England.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This obviously is important because we're dealing with the lapse of legislation if it doesn't, and also strengthening powers of investigation for malfeasance that it warrants investigation. And it's pertinent at the moment because we live in a dynamic environment which is changing and to our detriment. We have in the world at the moment the rise of totalitarianism, and there is most definitely an overt form of intrusion into Australia's operation, its government. We have, even in this building, had issues pertinent to people with interest working, whether they realise it or not, on behalf of other governments. And I also have had reason at times to question the motivations of policy directions at certain times. In the past, and I go back to the time of the changes to the Foreign Investment Review Board, and that was surrounded the sale of Cubby Station, I made it a distinct purpose to tighten restrictions, especially pertinent to state-owned enterprises. I remember reading in the Chinese English newspapers, I was noted as ban by Joyce because of my role to try and tighten up foreign investment by state-owned enterprises in our nation. I was derided as a bigot, a racist, a redneck, a xenophobe. Now I'm just correct because the state-owned enterprises were doing precisely that. Chinese state-owned enterprises were doing precisely that to get a foothold in Australia. People have to understand that the Chinese government sees things in their national interest is not precluded, is not defined by their borders. If they have an interest, a financial interest, that's their national interest. And I might go then to one that is of great concern recently, not so much of, I don't know its significance, but because of the discussion and the rhetoric that surrounds it, and that is the Port of Darwin. The Prime Minister of Australia, whilst in Dili, at a press conference, made it clear that Australia was going to reacquire or take back the Port of Darwin. It is owned by Landbridge. It's a Chinese state-owned enterprise. It was an incredibly foolish thing that we lost control of that. Ambassador Zhao Qian almost immediately in Canberra came out and said, no, you won't. You won't be taking that back. And it was as direct as that. And right to this point, I haven't seen any discussion in the chamber or a discussion from the foreign, or a statement from the foreign minister as how they're going to reconcile those two completely different positions. So this is in live time. This is happening right now. And this isn't so much a secret. This is playing out right in front of people's face. So we have a great reason to try and become, in this nation, as strong as possible, as quickly as possible, and I've been saying that for a very long time. Strength is the only thing that ultimately is going to keep you safe. And in what we have done in Australia, we've almost been on a working plan to make ourselves weak. We've done it with everything from energy policy to the loss of manufacturing to a fascination on policy that we can't possibly change, such as climate policy. And all the time, we have been becoming comparatively weaker and weaker and weaker, and less able to deal with the substantial change in circumstance that is around us. We've also have to realise that President Xi Jinping has said that they will take Taiwan by 2027, and we are in 2026. And we either believe that he's having a joke with us, or it's rhetoric, or he's serious. I'm of the view he's serious. And in doing that, there will be a diligent process of organisation to iron out any possible problems that we might be part of for their purpose, which means there is a heightened reason for them to be right on the balls of their toes, trying to insert themselves in both in a way of getting people on side, even if they're not even aware they're on side, but, you know, friendly fools. And also in such things as AI, to utilise that to its upteenth degree, to make sure that they have the appropriate code in the appropriate areas that can create mass disruption if required at the appropriate time. And also just straight out observation, whether it's cartography, whether it's oceanography, to work out all the dynamics that if they really require, if it's really required, that they can bring a devastating force upon our nation. Is that rhetoric? No, it's not. We have seen the flotilla that went to the Tasman Sea adjacent to Sydney and practiced live fire exercises. What is the issue there is we didn't know about it, which that was one of the most sophisticated ships in the Chinese Navy. So why? What is the purpose of wanting to be there? Well, there's two. One is to give a very unsubtle message to Australia to be careful, and the other one is to practice just in case they need to do it. And of course, they're practicing what? They're practicing because they're near Sydney. It's as simple as that. At the same time, a so-called research vessel was making its way through Bass Strait, no doubt getting all the forms of the oceanography that is required, so they have a complete understanding of that section of Australia. Why? Because Melbourne's there. So that's Sydney and Melbourne. Now, it's so terrifying that people just want to switch off, and they just want to say it's not happening, but it is, and that's the issue. Now, if they are willing to put the tens of millions of dollars just into those excursions before you even look at the platforms they did it with, they're willing to put the money also into working out how they can have eyes and ears inside this building, how they can have useful fools, how they can create the mechanism of a financial gain in such a form as you feel beholden to them. That is also absolutely the point. And we have seen, no doubt, people who have been members of Parliament and the next job is for a Chinese company, for a Chinese state-owned enterprise. And the question has to be raised, when did those discussions for that job after politics start? Was it whilst you were in politics? And if it was whilst you were in politics, what were those discussions? Where did you have them? What was the skill set that you were really offering that company that they'd want you to work for, I don't know, Landbridge? So this says that ASIO has to be obviously the absolute essence of patriotism, the absolute essence of guile, the absolute essence of cunning, to match up to the threat that is ever present right now. Then we have, I believe, and it's under that, but it's there, is no doubt, is you have the rise of, that we have decided in our foolishness to create a form of Australia where we don't have cultural control because we've believed in this euphemistic idea of multiculturalism when we should be concentrating on Australian culture. Create guardrails. And the tragic representation of the balkanisation and the discord from a clash of cultural views of the world was Bondi. Why do I say that? The murderers at Bondi believed that they were doing something that was appropriate. They denied the people. There was no heat in it. It was cold, clinical, calculated, and driven by their cultural belief. If there was an overarching form of guardrails of Australian culture, and that is not saying that is determined by creed, by colour, by race, it's just that there has to be those guardrails there, then there would be no motivation for a person to go out and kill other Australians in broad daylight. My concern is that they're not the only two people in Australia who think like that. My concern is that there's a whole range of people now in Australia who think like that. And when we see, even after the so-called these hate laws, which were censorship laws because they haven't addressed the problem, that you'll have a demonstration in Sydney which explicitly reaffirms the tenor of views that were the seed stock for the Bondi Massacre. And it happened on television. We're watching it. There's been no seismic change in this continual process of believing that there is a higher purpose than an attachment to the Australian culture. In a metaphorical state, that's no clearer than to observe that demonstration that was on the other night. There was not one Australian flag there. There was Palestinian flags. There was sort of quasi fundamentalist flags where they do the appropriate changes so they can't be held. But you know, it is a sign. It is a metaphor for what they want to portray. It was organised. It had the capacity to coordinate people to arrive, and that is obviously something where the question is, how is that happening? What is that organisational structure? And people say, well, you know, that might be all well-meaning. No, within that structure is a very, very good chance there's a malevolent force that has the capacity to create discord, because that is ultimately what happens to Australia. You get a mechanism of discord. And the driving of that mightn't be as obvious as you think. It mightn't be people who really have their heart set on what is happening in Gaza or Palestine or Israel. But what their heart is actually set on is creating disturbance. That's what they want. They want disturbance, they want discord, they want disruption, they want panic, because that makes us as a nation weaker. Another thing that we should be very aware of is, at the appropriate times, on the appropriate venues, and we've seen it here at the front of this building, the Chinese government have the capacity to organise quite a substantial number of people to turn up and either praise or demonstrate. Now, how does that happen? How do they do it? You know, what chat group are they on? Who's organising it? These are right in front of us now. So we need to have ASIO, ACES, signals, working within government on a regular basis at the highest levels. The National Security Committee must have these bodies at the table. And these bodies must be courageous enough not to tell you what you've probably read in The Australian that morning, but to actually get to the substance of issues that need to be pursued. I don't doubt for one second the patriotism of the Prime Minister or anything like that. Dismiss any inclination that you might believe I'm having there. I don't. But we have to understand that where we are right now in the Western Pacific, and noting what is happening in real time now around Australia and within Australia, that the circumstances that we find ourselves in are entirely different to what they would have been 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And the technology and the capacity that is here now is multiple times more complicated and more destructive than what we would have had 20 years, 30 years, 40 years ago. This is way beyond, you know, Cold War clumsiness and Petrov affair and Kim Philby. That's all interesting reading. This is code in whether it's in the banking sector, sleeping code, whether it's in critical infrastructure, and which has a process of observation 24/7. And for this purpose, I support this bill. I say it's really just a forerunner of far greater work that we need to do.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Hasluck.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise to speak in support of the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025. The central responsibility of this Parliament is to keep Australians safe in their homes and safe in their communities. And the terrible events across the country recently have stressed that duty, and the Parliament has responded. We also have a parallel duty to ensure that the powers that we confer upon the government and its security agencies are exercised lawfully, with proportionality and with proper oversight. These objectives are not in conflict. Proper oversight provides a strengthening of our systems of security. As Minister Burke stated earlier in this debate, there are amendments here to ensure the independence and impartiality of the prescribed authorities, further safeguards around questioning powers, and additional reporting requirements to the Office of the Attorney-General. ASIO's compulsory questioning powers are among the most serious authorities available to the Commonwealth. They are powers that the Parliament has revisited repeatedly over the past 2 decades, not because we doubt their necessity, but because we understand the gravity of granting them. Each review, each sunset extension, and each safeguard added reflects a consistent parliamentary instinct: vigilance. This bill acknowledges a changed security environment while reinforcing that instinct. As the Director-General of Security has made clear in ASIO's most recent threat assessment, Australia faces a more complex, more diffuse, and more interconnected set of risks than at any time in recent history. Espionage, foreign interference, sabotage, attacks on defence systems, the promotion of communal violence, and threats to border integrity are no longer discrete risks operating in isolation. They overlap and reinforce one another and evolve quickly. The bill responds to that reality by extending adult questioning warrants to additional heads of security. This is not about expanding powers for their own sake. It is about ensuring that the tools available to ASIO match the threats it is tasked with countering. But with expanded remit must come strengthened restraint. One of the most significant changes in this bill is the removal of the sunset clause on compulsory questioning powers. Sunsets have played an important role. They have forced governments to justify the continued use of extraordinary powers and required Parliament to take stock of how those powers operate in practice. The fact that these provisions have been reviewed multiple times by parliamentary committees and independent reviewers should give the House confidence that they have not drifted beyond their original intent. Removing the sunset does not mean removing scrutiny, though. On the contrary, this bill embeds further statutory review by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security 3 years after commencement, a committee on which I am proud to be a member of. I want to focus on what I regard is the most important aspect of this legislation, the strengthening of safeguards. The bill tightens the eligibility requirements for prescribed authorities, expanding disqualifying factors to ensure clear independence from the executive, Parliament and prosecutorial roles, and that matters. When individuals are compelled to answer questions under warrant, public confidence depends on the independence and impartiality of the authority overseeing that process. The bill also clarifies and strengthens arrangements for post-charge questioning, ensuring that where criminal proceedings are underway or imminent, questioning occurs only before appropriately qualified prescribed authorities. And this process protects the integrity of the criminal justice process and the fundamental right to a fair trial. In addition, The enhanced reporting requirements to the Attorney General, including mandatory reporting of any non-compliance or contravention of warrant conditions, reinforce transparency and accountabilities. These are not procedural niceties. They are core democratic safeguards. In Hasluck, I represent communities that are richly diverse, outward-looking and deeply connected to the world beyond our shores. As well, many of my constituents work in defence-adjacent industries, logistics, resources and advanced manufacturing. Others come from communities with direct lived experience of conflict, authoritarianism and state overreach. When they talk to me about national security, they do not frame it as an abstract debate. They want Australia to be resilient in the face of foreign interference and emerging threats. But they are equally clear that our response must reflect the democratic values that brought many of them to this country in the first place. This is why, for me, safeguards, independence and proportionality are not theoretical concepts. They inevitably shape whether people trust our institutions, cooperate with authorities and have confidence that the government's power is exercised judiciously and fairly. In previous contributions to this House, I have spoken about the importance of proportionality, the idea that strong laws are legitimate only when they are accompanied by strong protections. Australians understand the need for security agencies to operate effectively, but they also expect, rightly, that extraordinary powers will be used sparingly, lawfully and subject to rigorous oversight. Public trust is not automatic. It is earned through transparency, restraint and accountability. This bill reflects that balance. It recognises that security and rights are not competing values, but complementary ones. A system that protects rights strengthens security because it maintains the legitimacy of which our institutions depend. I've spoken previously in this House about the importance of pairing security with humanity and restraint. In August 2025, when speaking on a motion commemorating Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I reflected on the long shadow cast when states pursue security without sufficient regard to human consequences. That contribution was not about history alone. It was about the enduring lesson that power, once normalised, must always be bounded by conscience and law. Similarly, during debate in 2024 on domestic and family violence measures, I spoke about community safety as something that is strengthened, not weakened, when people trust the institutions designed to protect them. That same principle applies here. Intelligence powers are most effective when the public is confident that they are used judiciously, independently and as a last resort. Finally, this legislation is a reminder of Parliament's ongoing responsibility. National security laws are never set and forget. They require constant attention, regular review and a willingness to adapt as circumstances change. By modernising ASIO's questioning powers, expanding their scope to meet contemporary threats and reinforcing the safeguards that govern their use, this bill meets that responsibility. It equips ASIO to do its vital work while ensuring that the exercise of power remains subject to law, oversight and democratic control. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on the ASIO Amendment Bill 2025. Australia's intelligence agency, including the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, ASIO, play a critical role in keeping the Australian community safe from harm. ASIO's ability to undertake its important work, including through the use of tools such as compulsory questioning, are essential to their ability to identify and preempt threats. But the powers that they have are significant, and I believe they should be subject to close and regular scrutiny to ensure that ASIO is undertaking its work in line with the expectations and needs of the day. As a parliament, we have a responsibility to ensure the powers with which we equip our security agencies are proportionate and necessary. This is why I take very seriously the opportunity to examine this bill. This bill proposes to considerably expand the compulsory questioning powers contained in the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Act 1979 and to make these powers permanent rather than subject to sunset every 3 years. The compulsory questioning framework was introduced in 2003 following the September 11 attacks, when many countries, including Australia, were faced with a new reality. We felt the imperative to ensure that our national security agencies had the tools they needed to collect intelligence to preempt and disrupt plans of terrorism. The compulsory questioning powers became an important part of our ability to do that. In light of the extraordinary nature of these powers and to ensure that they were only used judiciously and sparingly, the Parliament legislated a sunset period so the powers would be subject to regular review. Since that time, Parliament has reviewed and extended the powers every 3 years. The bill proposes to go further now, removing the sunset provision entirely and so making these powers permanent. It also expands the scope of adult questioning warrants to cover new grounds including sabotage and threats to Australia's territorial or border integrity, a significant widening beyond the original focus on acts of espionage and terrorism. The Australian Security Intelligence Organisation plays a very important role in upholding Australia's national security, in identifying and disrupting threats and keeping Australians safe. ASIO's compulsory questioning powers are extremely important, and I should note that there is no suggestion that these powers have been used improperly or excessively in more than the 20 years that they have been in place. But it is not something we should take for granted. We cannot, I don't believe honestly, we should take a set and forget approach to the significant powers with which we entrust our national security agencies. These powers are extraordinary and so should remain so. So I urge the government to consider not making these powers permanent. I support the renewal of these powers, and more so than ever, given the devastating terrorist attack in my own community. But I do think, given how broad and powerful these powers are, I urge the government not to remove the sunset clause, but to retain the sunset clause. You know, compulsory questioning is something that I don't take lightly. Under these powers, ASIO has the ability to force someone to answer questions at risk of penalty, including if they're a minor. I take very seriously the submission of the Law Council of Australia regarding this legislation, which noted, among other things, that compulsory questioning was never intended to be made permanent and that a regular review is a critical protection. The passage of time alone should not transform an extraordinary power into an ordinary one. The sunset clause has functioned, I believe, very effectively until now as a safeguard against misuse, and I haven't yet been proposed, I think, a credible case to change this in this bill. So I support the amendments proposed by the member for Curtin, which would retain the sunset provision, and to make a review every 3 years by the PJCIS a mandatory rather than an optional safeguard of the legislation. Until such a time as the PJCIS has an independent member, it is particularly important that the committee can be counted on to review significant legislation such as this bill as a matter of requirement, rather than according to the preference of the government of the day. I also am concerned by the bill's failure to wind back the provision for ASIO to compulsorily question minors and support the amendments proposed by a member for Warringah to sunset the minor questioning provision. Again, these are sunsets, which I think are appropriate. I acknowledge the advice from ASIO and others that people are being radicalised younger than ever before. I recognise that threat and that minors represent a substantial proportion of their caseload. But the Law Council has raised the ability to compulsorily question minors has a potentially to significantly trespass on the human rights of a child. ASIO and the Department of Home Affairs have themselves accepted that there are less intrusive ways to collect intelligence from minors, and that by the time the minors' activities reach the threshold of warrant for compulsory questioning, the matter is better dealt with the police. Of course, the ideal scenario is that the young person would have been successfully de-radicalised long before this point is reached, but that is a topic for another time. You know, the anti-Semitic terrorist attack in Bondi Beach tragically reminded us that radicalisation and extremism remain pervasive threats in our society. Bondi showed us that we cannot take for a moment the safety of our community from terrorism. We need to do everything we can to stamp out terrorism and radicalisation, while also preserving our social cohesion and civil liberties. This is a difficult balance to strike, and something that we must regularly re-examine to ensure that we're getting the balance right. By the nature of their work, ASIO operates in a way that most Australians have little idea of what's going on behind the scenes to keep them safe. But the Australian people do deserve to have the confidence that the powers we equip the security agencies with are not being set on default mode. And it's precisely because these powers are so extraordinary and because ordinary citizens have so little visibility of ASIO's work that the powers, I do believe, should be subject to regular review by Parliament. So I think that this is really what I'm urging the government to do, is to remove to retain a sunset provision. I think that is a really important part of this bill, and to accept in particular the amendments by the member for Curtin. Thank you.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Number 2 Bill of 2025. This is an important bill that acknowledges Australia's challenging and increasingly complex security environment, a reality most tragically borne out by the Bondi terrorist attack. It also comes at a time when the national terrorism threat level is classified as probable, meaning around 50%. But the risks we face are not limited to terrorism. Australia faces multiple dynamic threats from ideological actors who seek to disrupt society and sow discord, often in ways that are not so obvious at the outset. The bill responds to this reality by formalising and recalibrating ASIO's compulsory questioning powers to ensure they remain fit for purpose to address the contemporary threat landscape. Mr Deputy Speaker, ASIO's compulsory questioning framework allows ASIO, with the approval of the Attorney-General and a prescribed authority, to compel a person to appear and provide information relevant to serious national security threats. In practice, this allows ASIO to require answers and the production of documents where voluntary cooperation is insufficient. These powers exist because intelligence work is inherently preventative. They are designed to identify and mitigate serious risks before they crystallise into acts of violence or mass harm, rather than after tragedy has occurred. The bill removes the long-standing sunset clause over the compulsory questioning powers and makes them permanent. Now, when I say it makes them permanent to the extent that anything is permanent in this place, and that is, it is always subject to amendment. Always. We're not talking about permanent like we talk about permanency with constitutional provisions. Every single provision of every single bill that comes through this place is always subject to amendment. So whilst we talk about making them permanent to the extent that anything is permanent in this place, if anything, after 10 years I've learnt is that nothing is permanent in this place and the only thing constant is change. Since their introduction in 2003, Mr Deputy Speaker, these powers have been repeatedly extended because the threat environment has not diminished. What was initially considered an exceptional post-9/11 measure has regrettably become an enduring feature of Australia's national security landscape. And not only has the threat endured, but it has continued to evolve. The bill formalises what has already been the de facto position for years. It provides legal certainty to ASIO and allows Parliament to focus scrutiny on governance and safeguards rather than repeatedly revisiting the power's existence. Importantly, the bill also expands the scope of adult questioning warrants, which are the warrants that allow ASIO to compel questioning of adults in relation to serious national security threats. Currently, such warrants may be sought in relation to espionage, politically motivated violence, including terrorism, and acts of foreign interference. The bill amends the definition of an adult questioning matter to include sabotage, the promotion of communal violence, attacks on Australia's defence systems, and serious threats to Australia's territorial and border integrity. Mr Deputy Speaker, we live in the most geopolitically unstable period since 1945. Foreign interference and espionage rate as some of our greatest national security challenges. Although Australia is a relatively small country by population, and therefore its ability to be able to walk and chew gum, or to be able to afford to do so, our intelligence agencies have to be able to be equipped to not only be dealing with the threat that we are facing from, quite frankly, countries like China and Russia from an espionage perspective, but also the threats that we face from within, from extreme Islamic fundamentalists that we have seen result in the deaths of people in Bondi. We cannot be myopic in how we deal with the security of this country. We have to be able to walk and chew gum. Now, the expansion that is dealt with by this bill for the definition of an adult questioning matter is significant because it reflects our current complex threat environment and recognises that contemporary security threats can be interconnected and do not always fall neatly within what we once considered traditional categories. For example, foreign actors and extremist networks often exploit domestic grievances. We know this to be the case. We have seen, in fact, Iran up to their armpits in dealing in Australian domestic affairs, such that Iran was directly involved in acts of terrorism on Australian soil, which led, quite rightly, to this government expelling the Iranian ambassador and I think 2 or 3 other diplomatic staff. These attacks that were perpetrated by Iranian-linked anti-Semitic groups, just criminal crime gangs that were engaged, they demonstrate how foreign interference can manifest not merely as covert espionage, but as direct efforts to inflame communal tensions and undermine social cohesion. In such cases, waiting until conduct escalates into a narrowly defined terrorism or espionage offence may leave intelligence agencies without effective tools at the point that they are most needed. The expanded definition also supports earlier intelligence collection and disruption in complex threat scenarios. It enables ASIO to intervene where there is credible intelligence of serious harm, while preserving existing warrant thresholds, ministerial approval requirements and independent oversight mechanisms. The bill also strengthens oversight, reporting and administrative safeguards. It tightens eligibility and termination provisions for prescribed authorities to reinforce their independence and impartiality. A prescribed authority is an independent legal official, typically a former Superior Court judge or senior legal practitioner, who supervises and controls questioning to ensure it is conducted within strict legal bounds. The bill enhances reporting obligations to the Attorney-General and requires that any questioning occurring after a person has been charged must take place before a retired judge, providing an additional level of independent oversight. Public reporting indicates that ASIO's compulsory questioning powers have been used very, very sparingly, with only around 20 warrants issued over more than 2 decades. Oversight bodies, including the Inspector General of Intelligence and Security, the independent statutory watchdog for intelligence agencies, have consistently found that the powers are exercised judiciously
and as a measure of last resort. Their limited use reflects the deliberately high statutory threshold governing their application, not overreach or misuse. Now, Mr Deputy Speaker, some critics argue that legislation of this kind risks compelling innocent people to undergo questioning. But intelligence agencies are not investigating completed crimes. They are seeking to prevent serious harm to Australians. That necessarily involves compelling information from individuals who may not themselves be suspects, but they may possess intelligence critical to disrupting imminent threats. Given the increasingly complex and volatile threat landscape facing Australia in 2025, it is crucial that ASIO retain the legal authority to compel information from individuals who may hold intelligence of national security importance, especially where those individuals would otherwise refuse to provide it. While this bill is essential, it should not be the end of the conversation when it comes to equipping our intelligence agencies to navigate our current threat environment. More needs to be done to prevent emerging threats in the current security environment post-Bondi, particularly threats emanating from radical Islamist extremism. Following the Bondi attack, the Coalition's Anti-Semitism, Extremism and Counter-Terrorism Task Force called for a broader package of reforms to modernise Australia's counter-terrorism framework. This includes updates to control order regimes, surveillance capabilities and other preventative powers. These common-sense measures would complement the intelligence tools provided in this bill and help ensure Australia's counter-terrorism laws remain effective in a heightened and evolving threat environment. This bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a step in the right direction, but much more must be done to properly equip our intelligence and security agencies to navigate the complex threat environment we face today. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've had the privilege of serving in this place as the Deputy Chair of the Intelligence and Security Committee that oversees ASIO and our intelligence agencies. I have seen how the sausage is made, and it's really important that we retain that parliamentary oversight of our intelligence agencies. And for all those who may argue that our intelligence agencies have too much power, I want to remind them of one thing. Just think about Bondi. Just think about the 15 people who were killed. The threat environment in which we live is extremely dynamic. And as Mike Burgess, the ASIO Director General, has rightly pointed out, ASIO and our other intelligence agencies are not all seeing, they are not all knowing. Nor do we want to be in an environment, we do not want to live in a police state where our freedoms are taken away from us under the name of national security. We have to get that balance right between keeping Australians safe and ensuring that we have the appropriate liberties that 103,000 Australians have died for over the last 126 years. Mr Deputy Speaker, I do want to use my last few moments to, as I often do in this place, we often acknowledge the efforts of our ADF personnel. We acknowledge the 103,000 men and women who paid the ultimate sacrifice for protecting this country. But we rarely, in my view, acknowledge the efforts of our intelligence agencies and their people that are stationed to the four corners of this world, whose job it is to keep Australians safe. They don't wear a uniform, They certainly don't wear a flag on their left shoulder. They're not armed. And yet, they work to keep us safe. And for all those men and women who work in incredibly dangerous situations, often for their own personal safety, they do that for you. They do it for you and me and every other 27 million Australians. And we should acknowledge the risks that they take every day, and we should thank them for their service.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We must oppose the overreach of power, especially when applied to children who are at least able to protect themselves. A fair society does not normalise secret, coercive questioning of children. National security should never come at the cost of our fundamental values. Australia can be safe while also upholding human rights and the rule of law. Parliament has a duty to stay vigilant. Democratic accountability is important. I am speaking on the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation Amendment Bill No. 2, 2025, and I want to say at the outset, I hold a deep respect for the work of our intelligence agencies, but I also have a responsibility to scrutinise legislation, especially legislation that seeks to make permanent some of the most intrusive powers ever granted to a Commonwealth agency. Espionage, foreign interference, sabotage and politically motivated violence are real threats. We know this. ASIO plays a vital role in keeping Australians safe amidst complex multi-threats to national security and to our security here. We know, following the Bondi terrorism attack, that the accountability of our agencies is incredibly important to ensure Australians are safe. And that's why, in that very context, that parliamentary oversight is so incredibly important when we are looking and talking about such broad-reaching powers that this bill seeks to make permanent. So this bill seeks to make three significant changes. It removes the sunset clause on ASIO's compulsory questioning powers, making them permanent. It expands the scope of those powers, and most concerning, it allows powers to apply to minors as young as 14, despite ASIO previously stating it does not need those powers in relation to children. Compulsory questioning powers were introduced in 2003 post 9/11 as extraordinary and temporary measures. Over the past 20 years, they have been extended repeatedly. This bill seeks to make these changes permanent and mean that we will not, on a regular basis in this place, make sure that there is an overreach of power and have the parliamentary oversight that is so important. Now, each time this law has been extended, Civil Liberties Group and the Law Council of Australia have raised concerns. Rather than addressing those concerns, this bill goes in the opposite direction. It expands the powers and makes them permanent. I have a fundamental issue with that, and every member in this place should also have an issue with that. Sunset clauses are crucial democratic safeguards. They force the Parliament to look at the evidence and to consider if laws remain fair and necessary. Removing them strips Parliament of oversight and undermines accountability. And for the government to be taking this step, there should be much more scrutiny on why the government is taking this step at this time. Grounds for compulsory questioning are expanded in this bill. It now includes sabotage, promotion of communal violence, attacks on our defence system and threats to border integrity. ASIO is on the record stating it does not need powers in relation to border integrity, but they have been included in this bill regardless. Under this legislation, the scope of adult questioning warrants essentially covers ASIO's entire security remit, adrift far from the original purpose of the legislation post 9/11. where I remind you it was meant to be interim exceptional measures being introduced. So the government is now taking a step to make these permanent, and it's no longer looking at it from an exceptional point of view, but a permanent situation. So it means these powers may be applied in situations that do not present immediate or grave risk to the communities. So the very premise on which these powers were first introduced is not at all the basis in which they are argued to continue. And my biggest concern in this relation to this legislation is this bill fails to protect minors. Children as young as 14 can be compelled to answer questions under threat of criminal penalty. Removing the sunset clause prevents Parliament from revisiting whether that is appropriate. Is that commensurate and proportional to threat? Embedding a process where minors may be forced to participate in secret questioning. Now think of that. We are saying as a nation we are okay for 14-year-olds to be secretly questioned by ASIO. That is the standard the government is asking us to accept. Australia is a signatory of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child, which requires that children's best interests be a primary consideration and they be protected from coercive measures. How is that being given effect in this legislation? I ask that of members of government supporting this legislation. Permanently enacting powers that compel children to be interrogated is not consistent with those obligations under the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child. And then there's a real issue about how children could be interrogated and treated under this legislation, in the name of all Australians. In 2024, ASIO confirmed that it had never used minor questioning warrant and no longer saw a strong case to retain the power. Yet, children remain captured under this bill. Why? If ASIO is saying they do not need these provisions, why is the government persisting and proceeding with this legislation as it stands? Parliament has a duty to oppose the overreach of power, especially when it comes to children who are unable to protect themselves. A fair society does not normalise secret, coercive questioning of children. I will move amendments to repeal minor questioning powers, or at the very least, retain the sunset clause for children and add new safeguards. Compulsory questioning is a powerful and intrusive tool. It compels attendance and answers. It criminalises refusal and it conflicts with core legal principles such as self-incrimination and the right to silence. Proposed safeguards in the bill are welcome, but incremental, and they don't address the fundamental overreach. The fact that these powers are rarely used is no reassurance. Once permanent, the powers risk becoming normalised and expanded even further. National security and human rights are not mutually exclusive. Australia can be a safe country without enacting disproportionate and unnecessary laws. We can empower intelligence agency while preserving parliamentary oversight and protect national security without breaching children's rights. Ultimately, Australia's laws must be fair and proportional. They must keep our nation secure, but also protect our democracy and its most vulnerable people, children. And for these reasons, I will oppose the bill.
A moment, members, I'll just seek some advice. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. There being no more speakers, I will put the question. All those in favour say aye. All those against? No. I think the ayes have it.
No, it's an unresolved question.
Unresolved question, I believe. As it is necessary to resolve this question to enable further questions to be considered in relation to this bill in accordance with Standing Order 195, the bill will return to the House for further consideration. It being close to 1:30, I do adjourn this chamber until 4 p.m.
And I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day, number 1, National Health Amendment, Passive Immunological Products Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the member for Cusack.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise to commend the National Health Amendment Passive Immunological Products Bill to the House. Vaccines are a cornerstone of our public health system. They protect us against serious and preventable illnesses, reduce the burden on our hospital system, help manage our chronic disease load, and lower our lifetime healthcare costs. The World Health Organisation and Australian Medical Association recognise immunisation as the world's single most effective medical intervention. Globally, immunisation programs prevent 2 to 3 million deaths every single year. And since the introduction of vaccines to Australia in 1932, the AMA reports a 99% decrease in the number of deaths caused by vaccine-preventable diseases, conditions like tetanus, polio and diphtheria. That's why Australia's National Immunisation Program, or the NIP, is so important. The NIP increases Australia's national immunisation coverage by providing free essential vaccines to eligible cohorts for a whole range of diseases. Under the current legislation, the NIP extends only to modes of active immunisation. The definition of vaccine is limited to substances that elicit an immune response. Products that provide only passive immunological protection in a way that does not actually elicit an immune response can't, at this stage, be listed on the NIP. This bill will amend the definition of vaccine in the National Health Act 1953 to include preparations conferring disease protection via either active or passive immunity. So under this new definition, the Minister will be able to more easily and more quickly list new and emerging technologies on the National Immunisation Program. It'll render it more flexible and able to respond more quickly to a rapidly evolving healthcare environment. One example of the positive impacts that this bill will have is for the monoclonal antibody Beyfortus, which provides prolonged protection for children and babies from respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV. RSV causes serious, often life-threatening chest infections in premature and susceptible babies, and it can cause persisting, sometimes lifelong respiratory problems like asthma. Beyfortus substantially reduces infants' risk of hospitalisation from RSV infection in the recent months. But until now, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Advisory Committee has had to defer approval for Beyfortus because it doesn't actually fit under the NIP's remit. So I'm glad that the Minister is bringing this issue to Parliament. I support this bill and the potential for us to increase protection against preventable infectious diseases that it will deliver. But as a paediatrician, I remain concerned about access and uptake issues contributing to the declining immunisation rates in Australia. Australia's national aspirational coverage target for vaccinations is 95%. There's a reason why we have that number. It's the number needed to achieve herd immunity, the slowing or even prevention of highly contagious diseases. But, Deputy Speaker, across Australia we're seeing a really concerning trend. Vaccination rates are falling below the herd immunity benchmark. Once a global leader in vaccine coverage, Australia is now seeing sustained declines across childhood, adolescent and adult vaccination programs. Data from the Productivity Commission released in January shows that Australia's rate of childhood immunisation has fallen to a 10-year low. Only 89.8% of children aged 24 months or less are fully immunised. This represents an almost 3% decrease since the COVID pandemic. Full vaccination coverage for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander 1-year-olds dropped to 89.2% in 2024, while coverage for 2-year-olds declined to 86.7% over the same period. While this decrease might seem modest, it takes us below the limits for herd immunity. Its effects are already clear. We're seeing a resurgence of vaccine-preventable diseases in children. Measles is on the rise in Australia, as well as RSV and influenza across all age groups. That puts strain on our healthcare system. In 2023-24, nearly 10% of all preventable hospitalisations were attributed to diseases that could have been prevented by vaccines. Infections with pertussis or whooping cough are at their highest since records started in 1991. They're at least 4 times higher than pre-pandemic levels. Babies are very susceptible to whooping cough, as they're not yet protected by their own vaccinations. They're simply too young to have received them. Deputy Speaker, I've seen babies die in hospital from whooping cough. It's a preventable disease, but they've died because others in the community have chosen not to be immunised. And those people have spread the disease to babies who are too small, too young, to have received the vaccines themselves. There is no greater tragedy than the unnecessary death of a child because of adults' negligence towards them. These numbers reflect more than epidemiology. They reflect a loss of public trust. They reflect vaccine hesitancy and a post-COVID fatigue with immunisation. Rebuilding trust and public buy-in on Australia's vaccination program requires consistent engagement, clear communication and strong leadership. And we have to ensure that as many vaccines as possible are accessible to Australians. Accessibility remains a major barrier for many Australians to receive their full immunisation schedule, and in many cases that's because of cost. Under the National Immunisation Program schedule, vaccines for diseases like shingles, pneumococcus and influenza are available at no cost to specified groups: those with specific medical conditions, those who are older Australians, and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. And those are appropriate and important protections. But millions of Australian adults who fall outside of those categories are left to cover the out-of-pocket costs themselves. And like many products in healthcare, those costs can be very significant. A 2-dose course of Shingrix, the vaccine protecting against the painful and often debilitating varicella virus, can cost $560 for someone who's ineligible for funding under the NIP. I've also heard from constituents about Arexvy, which is recommended by ATAGI, the Australian Technical Advisory Group on Immunisation, for adults aged 75 years or more, but it's not supported on the NIP. This important protection against RSV can set seniors back more than $300. This is something I've written to the Minister for Health about more than 2 years ago. No response as yet. The Minister replied that Arexvy has received a positive PBAC recommendation, but we're still not getting coverage under the NIP. Beyfortus, which is not on the NIP, is funded in some jurisdictions but only seasonally. That means that a newborn in one state might be entitled to state-funded RSV prevention at little or no cost, but an infant in another state might miss out completely because their parents cannot cover the $550 cost of this agent. While this bill should secure national access to Beyfortus on the NIP, other immunisations will remain unfunded in some jurisdictions. Last year I wrote to the Health Minister about 2 devastating cases of meningococcal B disease in young Victorian men. Meningococcal disease is a devastating and often fatal cause of sepsis and meningitis. A vaccine for meningococcus is funded through the NIP for all adolescents aged 14 to 16 in Australia, but the B and W strains, which are responsible for most meningococcal disease in children, adolescents and young adults, are not covered by that vaccine. Many parents are unaware of that fact. The B strain is included in the NIP only for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander children under 2 and individuals with specific risk factors. For other Australian children, additional vaccination is necessary. Now, some Australian states, Queensland, South Australia and the Northern Territory, have made that vaccine free for all children and teens. But Victoria, New South Wales, the ACT and WA are yet to do so. For many families, the cost of vaccinating their children against meningococcus B, approximately $200 to $300 for the 2 doses required, is a significant barrier. But tragically, most are simply unaware that their children are not protected against a tragic but preventable disease. Case numbers of the B strain are low in Victoria, but I would argue that the loss of even one child's life from a preventable disease is unacceptable. I know that the Minister's office has engaged supportively and repeatedly with the families of the two boys from Victoria, of the families of Levi Sire and of James Hall, and that they're doing their best to get this vaccine on the nib. But our state government has not agreed to fund meningococcal B in the interim, and I call on that in the name of Levi Sire, who died within 6 hours of the very first symptoms of meningococcal disease. Deputy Speaker, we should have a harmonised immunisation program across Australia so that access is consistently funded for all vulnerable Australians, no matter their postcode. Accessibility issues are not just limited to the states and territories. It's not just inconsistent funding across jurisdictions. There's also significant variation in the practitioners who can actually administer vaccines. In different states and territories, pharmacists can give different vaccines to different age groups and under varying conditions. It creates confusion and inequity, especially where a community pharmacy is people's first port of call for their vaccines. For example, community pharmacists in Victoria are not permitted to prescribe vaccines for Haemophilus influenzae type B, another cause of meningitis, or for rotavirus, whereas pharmacists in other jurisdictions can, despite those vaccines being listed on the nib. Deputy Speaker, the challenges in accessibility and cost of vaccines aren't just isolated within that sector. I fear that there is a cost of health crisis unfolding in Australia. The cost of private health insurance is soaring. Specialist fees, out-of-pocket fees are continuing to surge. And according to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare, health inflation is rising faster than general inflation. The cost of accessing healthcare in this country should not be prohibitive. It's unacceptable that many Australians are forced to delay or withgo care altogether. But our healthcare system is shifting from that of a universal guarantee, a guarantee which is, after all, one of the lights on the Labor Hill, to a source of anxiety and uncertainty. So while we have to consider the cost barriers to accessible immunisations for Australians, they form only part of a much broader and growing set of cost pressures across the healthcare sector that we need this government to confront. So while I strongly support this bill's amendment to the definition of vaccine so that passive immunisation products can be listed on the nib, this is a small part of a much bigger problem. Australia's vaccination rates have slipped below herd immunity levels, and we're already seeing the consequences, with rising preventable diseases, cost barriers and inconsistent rules across states. Every community deserves equal protection, no matter their postcode. It's time for national consistency, equity and more investment in immunisation coverage. In closing, I thank the House and I move the amendment as circulated in my name.
Is the amendment seconded? I thank the member for Warringah. The original question was that the bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The question now is that the amendment be agreed to, and I call the Assistant Minister.
Thank you very much. I am rising to both provide a response to the honourable member but also to sum up on the substantive elements of the bill in speaking to this amendment, Madam Chair. I want to acknowledge the contribution that was made and the depth of knowledge that you bring to this place in sharing your personal experience, speaking about some of the horrific things that you witnessed on a hospital ward and some of the families that you've represented through your remarks, as well as the other remarks that were made in response to the tabling of this bill and support that's been provided by the opposition members for it. I think broadly we all agree that we want immunisation levels to increase across the country, particularly for vulnerable cohorts like babies and want to protect Australians from potentially life-threatening vaccine-preventable diseases. The bill that was before the Chair, Madam Chair, does seek to do that by a simple amendment to recognise emerging therapies such as immunising monoclonal antibodies so that they can be listed on the NIP. I have my own story of a child who was diagnosed with RSV and know how terrifying that can be as a parent. I'll just share it briefly because he wasn't vaccinated, and that's very common in Australia. I live in Tasmania, and took him to the after-hours doctor. He had a temperature. He had very fast breathing, clearly not very well. They took him into the treatment room and they assessed his vitals and informed me that he'd need to go to hospital. So I responded in the way that I thought you would. Only 30 minutes from Hobart, I'll just get in the car and I'll drive him to hospital. And they said, no, we're calling an ambulance. And at that point, it sort of struck me how serious it was and how sick my 2-year-old was. And the ambulance arrived and we went into hospital and had a very long stay overnight. Thankfully got discharged the next day. But over the course of those sort of 12 to 24 hours, he was provided with exemplary care. But as is unfortunately the case in Tasmanian hospitals, we were stuck in the emergency department waiting room that entire time. He was admitted to the paediatric ward, but we were treated on the floor of the emergency department with the doctors coming down and doing their visits to him because there were no beds. So he slept on me while they did 40-minute checks, and at that stage we weren't sure quite what was wrong with him, so they were waking him. He's tired and exhausted and sick, and trying to check with a ventilator, with an asthma ventilator, to make sure that he could breathe properly, whether it was something to do with having an asthma condition or whether it was something more serious. Doctors did their job and got the information they needed and confirmed that it was RSV. There were quite a few children who were dealing with RSV at that time in Tasmania, and some of them became critically unwell and were admitted to the ICU, and very lucky that they survived. So I understand how terrible a disease like this is and how important it is for us to do everything possible to prevent it. And adding it to the NIP just makes it possible for families to have affordable access to these sorts of vaccines and prevent these diseases before they ever impact on our children or threaten the lives of our loved ones. The amendment that the honourable member has moved won't be supported by the government. We want to progress this legislation so that we can make sure that we can add these types of new emerging therapies to the NIP, and particularly for this, in this instance for RSV. I understand your motivation in seeking to amend this bill, and respectfully disagree that this is the way you try and progress a cause like this, because it would, of course, disrupt our ability to pass this bill as intended. I know that across government, and from talking to the Minister and talking to those in the department, that there is a concerted focus on how we lift immunisation rates across the country, particularly for children and vulnerable cohorts, because it's quite accurate to point out that the levels are falling below an acceptable herd immunity rate, 95%, for some particular vaccine or for some particular disease groups. So I thank the honourable member for her contribution, for her intent, but we won't be supporting the amendment. And I'm not sure if there are any other speakers, Chair, on this bill, but I suspect that's the end of it. And I thank those members who did speak in support of it and understand how important it is for us to progress this.
I thank the Minister. The original question was that this bill now be read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Kooyong has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. The immediate question is that the amendment be agreed to, so I will put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. Ayes. Ayes. Those no? No. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? Division's not required. So I'll put the question on the second reading. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. We'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. I think the ayes have it. I have received a message from... Oh, sorry. I jumped ahead of myself.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the National Health Act 1953 and for related purposes.
I've received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 53 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will put the report question immediately. The question is that the bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, Social Security and other legislation amendment, technical changes number 1, Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At a time when 83% of one-parent families are led by single mothers, when family violence and financial abuse remain endemic, when billions of dollars of child support owed to children goes uncollected and unreceived, the government has introduced a technical bill that makes small, piecemeal administrative adjustments to the child support system, while continuing to ignore clear, consistent and long-standing recommendations for real reform. This legislation does nothing harmful, but it is deeply inadequate, and it represents yet another missed opportunity to fix Australia's broken child support system. Once again, the government is tinkering around the edges rather than doing what it is urgently needed to keep women and children safe and financially secure. In Warringah, my electorate office is regularly contacted by single mothers trying to navigate the child support system. Many have left violent relationships to protect themselves and their children. They are working full-time, part-time, whatever they can fit in, caring for their children and at financial and emotional breaking point. They are doing everything asked of them, and yet we hear the same story again and again. Their former partner does not lodge tax returns. As a result, child support assessments are delayed or manipulated. Meanwhile, family support payments are made, calculated on the basis of tax returns and incomes pursuant to those tax returns. So on top of everything else they have to deal with, they are often then facing the prospect of an overpayment of the family tax benefit, because former partners, when they eventually lodge their tax returns, change the basis of which the payment was made in the assessment. And they are told at that point by the Commonwealth that they owe a debt to the Commonwealth, not because they did anything wrong, but because the system allowed their former partner's non-compliance to be weaponised against them. And rather than the Commonwealth assisting and actually pursuing former partners for child support payments owing, the Commonwealth pursues the single parent, too often the woman, struggling to make ends meet. This is revolting, and it is a deep flaw in the system. The government is on notice about it, and yet it has been going on for months and nothing has been done. In 2024, 83% of one-parent families were headed by women. Around 60% of those mothers reported violence prior to separation. Single-parent families experienced the highest rates of poverty, housing stress and material deprivation in Australia. The child support system is decades old and was not designed with coercive control or financial abuse front of mind. Yet today, financial abuse is one of the most common forms of domestic violence. As a former family barrister, I saw firsthand how child support becomes a weapon, withholding of child support, making it difficult. And the only person that suffers in those situations are the children. Payments are withheld by former partners to exert pressure. Tax returns are delayed to trigger reassessments, and disputes escalated to maintain control. Too often, the financial insecurity of a primary carer becomes leveraged by the former partner. And too often, the system facilitates that leverage. Approximately 1/3 of parents paying child support have fallen behind. Billions in child support debt remains outstanding, and it is the children that bear the consequences. And the Commonwealth does nothing to assist those single parents in getting those child support payments back. So this bill makes a series of technical amendments. It aligns child support periods with existing administrative practices within Services Australia. It retrospectively validates previous decisions. It provides a legislative framework for urgent social security payments. It clarifies employment income assessment rules. These are administrative clarifications that close technical gaps. They do not reform the child support system and certainly do not address the financial control and coercive control that is facilitated by the current system. It does not protect victim survivors from financial abuse, and it doesn't fix structural flaws long identified by experts and frontline organisation. The government itself, members of the government, have described many of these amendments as clarifying and upholding existing arrangements. That tells us everything about what we are doing here, which is tinkering. We are preserving the status quo, even though the government knows the status quo is fouling women and children. And what's so deeply frustrating is we know what needs to be done. In fact, in question time, I asked the Minister about requesting for a National Royal Commission into domestic violence and femicide so that we can actually analyse all these questions and look to the question of why, when so many levers are known and change that we know need to happen, are not actioned by government. I got a fairly, I would say, inadequate answer by the Minister, who basically said to me, "We've got this. We know what needs to be done. We've done plenty of state-based inquiries and we're getting on with the job. We're doing this." But meanwhile, multiple independent reviews have laid out clear reform pathways. There are many clear levers we know that need to be done to assist. And yet what we see from the government is no Royal Commission to properly investigate everything and create accountability, but still no action on key recommendations, and we know will make a very big difference. One of those incredible reports that had a lot of important recommendations was the opening the black box of child support, shining a light on how financial abuse is perpetrated. That report drew on lived experience of 675 single mothers. It made clear that violence is not incidental to the child support system. It had key recommendations, including moving all child support collection back into the ATO, because the ATO is best placed to pursue the $3.7 billion in outstanding child support debt. Making all child support debts owed to and enforced by the Commonwealth, rather than asking single mothers to pursue former partners when there's been domestic violence for owed child support, for the ATO to pursue those debts, and that those debts can then be balanced against any debt owing in relation to overpayment of child support payments. That paying primary carers first and pursuing non-compliant payers second. And importantly, if you're not going to change who is recovering these amounts, abolishing the maintenance income test and delinking family tax benefit from child support. These are not radical proposed, they're evidence-based, they're supported by organisations like Single Mother Families Australia and Women's Legal Services, yet here we are, 2026, still a long time, many months since that report was provided to the government in the last term of government. And we're here with a bill with technical amendments, but we still do not have that systemic reform that is needed, that so many single mothers are crying out for. In 2024, so 2 years ago, I attended the parliamentary launch of the Black Box report, alongside advocates, frontline workers and women sharing lived experience. It was sobering, and it was clear that reform was urgent. I wrote to the then Minister for Social Services, calling for action, and the response acknowledged the seriousness of unpaid child support and the risk of financial abuse. It committed to ensuring systems do not exacerbate harm, and 2 years on, nothing. Crickets. No changes to the system. More women and children have been left subject to this foul and controlling system. And that is why there is that deep frustration and disbelief that despite all the good, well-meaning assurances, we are still failing to see this government enact the more significant changes that will make a real difference to single parents. Now, I want to acknowledge Single Mother Families Australia and their CEO, Therese Edwards. She has been working passionately. Many in this place have met with her. The work of the organisation consistently demonstrates the scale of the problem. Nearly 300,000 families lose approximately $810 million annually in family payments due to child support income that may never be received. The maintenance income test is harsher than income tests applied to wages or investments. Now, how wrong is that for a system? It contradicts commitments to women's economic security. So, to the government, an effective child support system must be safe, certain and accountable. Safe means it has to have victim survivors and must mean that they are not forced to engage with abusers to secure payments of child support. It must be certain, meaning children receive financial support regardless of administrative delay. And it should be accountable, meaning debt recovery targets those who owe, not those already carrying caring responsibilities. This bill doesn't move us meaningfully towards that roadmap, and it maintains a system that is structurally flawed. So that's why I will continue to call for a National Royal Commission into domestic and family violence and femicide, because the intersections between violence, poverty and policy failure are undeniable. And while we have piecemeal approach of state-based inquiries, but no ultimate accountability at federal level, and because our institutions are not adequately protecting women and children, because billions of dollars have been spent on programs and reviews, yet domestic violence rates remain unacceptably high, financial abuse of single parents remains normalised, and accountability remains fragmented. So, we can't keep funding responses without interrogating the systems. We need structural reform and accountability, and I really urge the government to get on with the job of implementing those meaningful structural reforms that will genuinely help single parents.
I thank the member for Warringah. The question is that the bill now be read a second time, and I call the minister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank all the members who've spoken on this bill for their support and therefore their constructive comments. Just with respect to some of the comments made by the member for Warringah, we understand only too well that families broadly, and particularly single-parent families, are indeed under cost of living pressures, and that's why we have introduced a myriad of measures, a cost of living savings, cost of living measures to help families who are under that pressure. I'm sure that the member has heard us make those lists over and over again, and I'm sure that I won't waste this House's time by going through them all again. But I will mention one, of course, that is including tripling the rent assistance. With respect to family and domestic violence issues that the member has raised, we are currently spending over $4 billion or investing $4 billion to protect victims of family and domestic violence. Just yesterday, indeed, we launched the Our Ways, Strong Ways, Our Voices, an absolute landmark document strategy to make sure that First Nations people are protected from family and domestic and sexual violence. An absolutely amazing day it was yesterday with many members of the First Nations communities there to share in that, something they had been calling on for days. And just this morning with Assistant Minister Rebecca White, we announced an excellent measure to expand a program that we are working with primary healthcare facilities to train up health professionals, admin staff, allied health staff, to know exactly what to do when someone discloses family and domestic violence in their health facility. It's a wonderful program that has been lauded right across the primary healthcare sector.
With respect to a Royal Commission, I think, that the Minister made it very clear in question time the other day that there have been Royal Commissions after Royal Commissions, reports after reports into family and domestic violence with hundreds and hundreds of recommendations, and that the very people working in the sector, peak bodies, those at the coalface, have all said to us, we don't need another inquiry. What we need is for you to get on with the job and to invest the resources that you might expend on a Royal Commission into the sector, and making sure that we actually make inroads on those recommendations. The Albanese government is indeed also, with other issues raised by the member, delivering on our commitment to embed safety in Commonwealth systems and ensure the social security system cannot be weaponised against women experiencing violence. And new measures will be introduced to reform the special circumstances debt waiver, which will give Services Australia extended powers to waive social security debts that have been incurred as a result of domestic and family violence. And when
Minister could just pause. Division has been called for in the House. The proceedings are suspended to enable honourable members to attend the division. The proceedings will resume when the Chair of the Federation Chamber is resumed at the conclusion of the division and subsequent divisions. And the Assistant Minister in continuation.
Thank you. I can't remember exactly where I stopped, so I'm just making a guess. Thanks, Deputy Speaker. New measures will be introduced to reform the Special Circumstances Debt Waiver, which will give Services Australia extended powers to waive social security debts that have been incurred as a result of domestic and family violence. And when considering a debt waiver, Services Australia will be able to take into account all the circumstances that lead to someone knowingly making a false statement in relation to a debtor not complying with the law, including circumstances of coercion
or financial abuse. So, as the Minister for Social Services, the member for Sydney, said in introducing the bill, it proposes technical changes which simply strengthen the legal basis of current policy and practice. The Minister's Office and Department of Social Services have provided briefings to the opposition and the crossbench, and we will continue to make these available to assist in the Senate's consideration of the bill. The bill takes important steps to ensure the social security system is operating as intended and in accordance with the law. The Albanese Labor government will always do the work to make sure this system is strong and robust, providing the best support it can to the Australian people who rely on it. I commend the bill.
I thank the Minister. I'll put the question. The bill will now be read a second time. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against? Are you seeking a division? No. No? Okay. All those of that opinion say aye. I think the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to social security and child support and for related purposes.
A message has been received from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the bill for the purposes of this bill. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I will report the question immediately. The question is that the bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Those against? I think the ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Committee and delegation business. Order of the day number 1. Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disability. Resumption of debate on the motion that the House take note of the report.
And I call the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to contribute to the discussion of the Thriving Kids Inquiry report. Deputy Speaker, I'm honoured to be a member of the House of Representatives Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disability, alongside some outstanding members across the chamber. Our committee chair, the member for Macarthur, has tabled the No Child Left Behind, a parliamentary inquiry report into the proposed Thriving Kids program. The Thriving Kids initiative is intended to address the missing middle. We define this as the service vacuum for a national system of supports for children aged 8 and under with developmental delay and low to moderate support needs. We want to focus on identifying developmental concerns earlier, whilst ensuring children with permanent and significant disability will continue to be supported through the National Disability Insurance Scheme. Deputy Speaker, if you speak to any family in my electorate or across the country who have a child with developmental delay under 8, they'll tell you the current system isn't working for them. They're waiting years for specialist appointments. They say that the system is confusing and hard to navigate, and the supports they're receiving from the NDIS aren't targeted enough. The harsh reality is, Deputy Speaker, these children are falling through the cracks. 1 in 5 young children experience developmental delay or autism, mostly at mild or moderate levels. Intervention is simply not happening early enough. Our committee's report, No Child Left Behind, seeks to provide a strategic framework for the new national system of disability supports, so we can better support this cohort of kids to get the very best start in life. The release of this report is the work of the community. We conducted public hearings last year, and community and advocacy groups made over 400 submissions. The committee also received over 1,000 survey responses from parents, carers and providers. We heard from experts, peak bodies, parents, families, providers, participants and those with lived experience. I'd like to thank every single organisation and person who took the care and time to put in a submission for our inquiry. Your experiences and expertise were invaluable to the findings of this report. As for the health professionals and parent groups, I found Dr. Kate Renshaw's contribution particularly powerful about the benefits of play therapy. As Dr. Renshaw pointed out, many therapies and interventions are not specifically designed to complement children's developmental pathways, but play therapy is. Paediatric play is evidence-based, and it's so important to make positive developmental gains. These types of insights are why the inclusion of health professionals and parent groups are so valuable. I thank them for their contributions to this report. I'd like to give a special shout out to families in my local community who took the time to write to me and raise their concerns. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge the work of Shannon Malik, a fantastic disability advocate in Brimbank. She took the time to compile a number of accounts from locals with lived experience that were really important to this process and helped shape the report. Shannon, thank you for your advocacy. It was clear to the committee that there was some misinformation following the announcement of the Thriving Kids program by the Minister for Health. Families felt anxiety about what the proposed changes might mean for their children. And I believe that the recommendations in this report will lead to better outcomes for these children, such as the recommendation for a single port of entry with multiple referral pathways for children with developmental concerns, whether they are in the NDIS or not, or the focus on boosting the workforce to support families to navigate the system, in particular families in regional, rural and remote areas, as well as cold and Indigenous communities, children in out-of-home care, parents and carers with disabilities themselves, and other high-risk communities. There's no doubt transitions are hard, and there is a specific recommendation for that as well, to help children transition into early education, from early education into primary education, or from primary education into higher education as appropriate, by increasing funding and resources to already existing organisations who can deliver through a hub and spoke system. These supports can be made more readily available and therefore can improve equitable access for these children and their families, thereby ensuring that cost and distance is not a barrier. I'm so proud that the Albanese Labor government has committed $2 billion matched by the states to deliver Thriving Kids. $1.4 billion of this contribution is direct funding to states for Thriving Kids services. The recommendations of this report mean that the Australian government will work closely with the states and territory governments to better help families. I'd like to thank each of the state and territory governments for working alongside us on this momentous initiative. At the end of the day, this is about giving our kids the best possible start in life without forcing families to navigate the exhausting NDIS or nothing battle we see too often. I'd like to thank the Minister for Health, our wonderful chair, the member for Macarthur, and the committee secretariat for all of their hard work in bringing this really important report to life. I look forward to being part of the review and look forward to continuing this work with the committee. Thank you.
I thank the member for Gorton. The question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for Fadden.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's wonderful to join with one of my fellow committee members today in speaking to this report. And I would like at the outset to just thank all of the committee members for their genuine engagement on this issue, particularly to the committee chair. The inquiry was pretty pressed for time and we were a little bit location limited, but I think everyone worked very hard in the circumstances to try and get the best possible inquiry report together, and I think it's been a very useful exercise. Particularly the member for Macarthur, who is the chair of the committee, he brings a lot of real-world experience, particularly to this particular topic. So the Coalition, I think, broadly are very grateful for the skills he brings to this place and to this topic. I also wanted to thank the many people who made contributions either by way of submissions or evidence. This is, not always an easy process, and it's a difficult topic for many people to talk about. And the lived experience that people have either as a person to whom the NDIS or potentially Thriving Kids would apply, or parents of those children, it takes a degree of strength to get up and make a contribution, but it's a valuable contribution because it helps shape the future of what the healthcare system of Australia looks like. And so I want to make a proper acknowledgement of those contributions. At the outset, I just wanted to say the Coalition supports the early identification and early intervention for children with developmental concerns, and we will work constructively on sensible reforms that protect the NDIS for the long term. Now, Thriving Kids is described as a national system of supports for children aged 8 and under with developmental delay and disability and low to moderate support needs delivered through mainstream services. The report notes the initiative is intended to ease pressure on the NDIS by offering earlier supports through settings like GPs, early childhood education, playgroups and community health centres. The government, we note, has committed $2 billion over 5 years with design to be settled with the states and territories. And the report also notes evidence that around 739,000 participants receive NDIS support, and of those, about 23% are children under 9. What we as coalition members, and I should just also acknowledge the member for Nichols, my coalition colleague on this committee, we support in this report that co-design is essential, and the report recommends an inclusive co-design process with evidence-based interventions. We support strong safeguards such as phased implementation and preventing loss of supports and new arrangements as the new arrangements roll out. We support better integrity and oversight, including the recommendation for an Inspector General of the NDIS. We support a single portal of entry with multiple referral pathways so that families are not forced to navigate a maze. We support a clear principle that being in Thriving Kids must not preclude a child from entering the NDIS later if their needs change. But we know that there are areas where the government is failing these families right now. Evidence cited in the report describes families receiving information that is confusing, incomplete or poorly conveyed, with slow communication. It also describes inconsistency in decision-making, with families reporting the same diagnosis producing different outcomes. Most concerning, the report records wait times of 6 months to 4 years for assessments and therapies, even in urgent cases. Now, sadly, by any measure, that doesn't qualify as early intervention. The system is failing at the moment when families need the help the most. Our major concern, I guess, and I was hoping that we would help flesh this out through the report and the inquiry. We've got a major announcement, but we still are lacking in a huge amount of detail. The report itself notes that families have been repeatedly told that the change is coming, but the announcements have too often not been matched with detail, adding to their uncertainty and anxiety. So coalition members are saying plainly, families deserve answers on the basics: who will qualify and how decisions are made, what supports are funded, at what intensity and for how long, what safeguards exist if a child's needs escalate, and what review rights families have and where they go when things go wrong. The report notes concern that accessing supports outside the NDIS can sometimes be perceived as affecting future access, and it stresses Thriving Kids participation should not block later NDIS entry. We agree with that direction, but we add this: no one should be shifted out or delayed from entry unless viable alternative supports are in place and operating. This must be tested in practice, not just promised in a media release. The transition risk is real, and our families that we heard give evidence are warning this Parliament. The report records widespread concern about the transition, including the risks of exclusion and loss of supports, and the need for clear rollout timelines and transparent communication. Stakeholders have called for clear pathways for children who will need ongoing support, particularly around the age 9 transition point. We will keep pressing the government on one test: will any child be worse off during transition? And another warning, that schools are not going to be a magic solution, and the report warns against such wishful thinking. It records serious concerns about positioning schools as the central hub, including that many schools are not adequately equipped and staff can lack training and capacity. It also records concerns about bullying and discrimination, and that for some children, the school environment can be quite difficult. If the government intends schools to play a larger role, it must fund capability, workforce and safeguards, not just pass the problem to our teachers. The report also identifies workforce shortages, limited outreach and telehealth constraints as a significant problem for regional and remote areas. It also notes families can face hours of travel and telehealth is not always suitable for children with autism. We will hold the government to account to ensure service access is not determined by postcode. We support practical service models for thin markets, including commissioned approaches and hub and spoke options where evidence supports them. The report recommends dedicated resourcing to ensure robust data accuracy, transparency, interoperability and consideration of Indigenous data sovereignty principles. It also recommends a rapid review after 24 months of operation, with the review to be reported back to the House, which is appropriate. Coalition members support these accountability measures because families deserve proof that outcomes are improving and that they're not just slogans. Deputy Speaker, we will work constructively on reforms that are clinically informed and financially responsible. We will support sensible measures to address the NDIS growth trajectory while keeping the scheme true to its purpose. We will fight to ensure no one falls between the cracks, and we will not support changes if alternative supports are not genuinely available. Now, it's really important the future steps that this government takes. They must stop running this particular sector by announcement. They must publish the detail that families need to plan their lives and consult properly with parents, clinicians, allied health professionals, educators and disability advocates. Provide clear transition pathways and communication so that families are not left anxious and confused. And we must ensure that participation in Thriving Kids never blocks access to the NDIS when needs change. The government really needs to finalise an agreement with the states and territories as a matter of urgency on the design, funding, roles and responsibilities, and implementation timeline for Thriving Kids to provide certainty to families and providers. The objective must be simple: earlier help, clearer pathways and better outcomes for children and their families. We will support what is sensible, strengthen what is missing and hold the government to account until the detail matches the promise. The future of our children deserves that.
I thank the member for Fadden and I call the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We all want our children and Australia's children to have the best possible start in life. We want them to thrive. And if by some chance they seem to exhibit developmental delays, we want to be able to support them to achieve the best possible outcome. As with all early intervention, the earlier the better. But it has to be the right interventions at the right times. When dealing with very small children, this can be difficult to assess. They may not be of an age to be able to undertake assessments. They may not be cooperative with assessments. No one wants to focus on the things they can't do. Meanwhile, the clock is ticking. It seems logical that access to services requires a diagnosis, a gatekeeping eligibility, and yet for early intervention, this need for a diagnosis can form an impenetrable barrier, preventing young children accessing vital services for early intervention. This is one of the challenges that Thriving Kids was set up to address. As with any change in the complex system, such as the National Disability Insurance Scheme, the changes themselves are complex, and there is understandably concern and nervousness in the participant and carer community, as well as clinicians and therapists. And so I'm pleased to be able to speak on the House Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disabilities report, No Child Left Behind, examining the proposed Thriving Kids initiative, a reform that goes to the heart of who we are as a nation and how we support our youngest Australians. This committee inquiry was specifically set up to examine Thriving Kids and its implementation. I'd like to thank the committee, its chair, the member for Macarthur, Dr Mike Freelander, himself a paediatrician, and the over 400 organisations, peak bodies and individuals who provided vital information and gave evidence to the committee. At its core, this report asks a simple but profound question. When a child needs support to thrive, will the system be there, early, equitably and effectively?
Importantly, the committee recognised the importance of maintaining the ideals underpinning the NDIS: independence, dignity, choice, equity and inclusion in the new program. The Thriving Kids initiative is therefore positioned as a critical element of broader reform, designed to strengthen early intervention, improve equity of access and embed evidence-based coordinated supports for children with developmental delay and their families. And this is not merely administrative reform, it's about life trajectories, because when support comes early, children are more likely to be able to participate fully in education, build relationships and reach their potential. When it comes late or not at all, the consequences can echo across a lifetime. Families, clinicians, educators and advocates spoke to the committee clearly. Fragmented systems must be connected, workforce sustainability matters, and reforms must never compromise access to care. Their message was unmistakable. Reform must be careful, inclusive and grounded in evidence. And that is why one of the report's central recommendations is for an inclusive co-design process involving recognised organisations, people with lived experience, First Nations communities and culturally diverse families. If we are designing supports for children, those voices must not just be consulted, they must help lead the design. The report also recommends establishing a Thriving Kids Advisory Council to guide governments on implementation and ensure the initiative delivers appropriate quality services. This is about governance, but more importantly, it's also about trust. Parents must be able to trust that when the reforms occur, their child will not fall through the cracks. Indeed, the committee was explicit. The initiative should be implemented in phases with safeguards to prevent the loss of supports for children. That principle, no loss of support, should be our guiding light. Any child who misses out, who falls through the cracks, is potential lost. We know from the inquiry that families already face long wait times for assessments and therapies, sometimes stretching from 6 months to 4 years. So much for early intervention. We know they report confusing navigating systems and inconsistent decision-making. And we know that uneven service distribution forces some families, particularly in regional areas, to travel hours just to reach a provider. These are not minor inconveniences, they are structural barriers to opportunity. The report therefore emphasises integrated planning across health, education and disability systems, culturally safe and neurodiversity affirming models of care and multidisciplinary teams, particularly in rural and remote areas. In short, it calls for a system that works around the child, not one that forces the child to navigate the system. A single point of entry to help families get the support they need is another really vital reform. But perhaps the most important message of this report is captured in its title: No Child Left Behind. The committee made clear that its objective was to ensure every child who requires foundational supports is protected, included and provided appropriate services as the Thriving Kids initiative is designed. That is a commitment this Parliament must honour. Now, reform of this scale will inevitably prompt concern. The announcement of Thriving Kids has already caused anxiety among families and providers, and we should not dismiss these concerns. We need to listen to them. Good reform is not measured by how quickly it's implemented, but how safely it is delivered. So, as the government considers its response, due within 6 months of the report's publication, we must focus on what success looks like. Success is a parent who can access help for their child. Success is a teacher who has the allied health support in the classroom. Success is a child who gets the right support at the right time before challenges become lifelong barriers. And success is a system that is equitable no matter a child's postcode, background or family circumstance. The measure of a society is not how it treats those who are thriving already, it is how it lifts those who need support to thrive. This report gives us a blueprint. It calls for evidence-based policy, it calls for coordination, it calls for accountability, and above all, it calls for inclusion. So let's take up that challenge with the seriousness it deserves, because when we invest early in children, we do more than change individual lives. We strengthen communities, reduce long-term disadvantage, and build a more compassionate nation. Every child deserves the chance not just to participate, but to flourish. And let's ensure that in Australia, truly, no child is left behind. Thank you.
I thank the member for Boothby. The question is that the document be noted, and I call the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker. The Standing Committee on Health, Aged Care and Disability, the inquiry into the Thriving Kids program was formally referred on the 2nd of September 2025. The inquiry was tasked with examining and advising on the design of a national system of supports for children aged 8 and under with developmental delay and autism who have low to moderate support needs. I want to say a huge thank you to Chair Dr. Mike Freelander and Co-Chair Dr. Monique Ryan for their diligence, their stewardship, their care and their deep consideration of all the submissions. I also want to say a very deep thank you to all those who made presentations and submissions to the inquiry. Since the Thriving Kids initiative was announced, it must be acknowledged that many families, carers and providers have felt anxious about what's ahead. I've heard directly from local families and providers in my electorate who are worried about what this program will mean for their children and clients. As a member of this committee, I welcome the tabling of the report, No Child Left Behind, and want to reaffirm that the committee's purpose throughout has been clear: to ensure that every child who needs foundational supports is protected, included, and able to access appropriate high-quality services in a timely way through the design of Thriving Kids. That commitment has guided our work at every stage, and it now must guide the government's decisions in design and implementation. I also want to thank the many organisations, health professionals, providers, families and carers who contributed to the inquiry, particularly those who shared personal stories. Those accounts were frank, often difficult and deeply instructive. Speaker, the phased implementation of Thriving Kids was due to start on 1 July 2026. With the access changes to the NDIS from mid-2027. The commencement has now been delayed to the 1st of October as part of the National Health Reform Agreement that was finalised last Friday at the National Cabinet meeting, with additional time granted to states and territories to implement the program, which I welcome. Many stakeholders are pleased to see that the inquiry report reflects core issues raised in evidence, including equity, genuine co-design, evidence-based intervention, strong governance, a capable workforce and phased implementation. But, Speaker, a report is not an outcome. As we now turn to program design and implementation, the government must heed the remaining and significant concerns raised by stakeholders in response to the inquiry report as practical advice on what Thriving Kids must look like if it is to succeed. At the moment, families and providers are still asking who exactly will be covered and how will decisions be made, as the inquiry's terms of reference did not include eligibility criteria in its scope. Government must ensure that Thriving Kids' eligibility is transparent, consistent and anchored in the functional need. Stakeholders have expressed concern about language such as mild to moderate developmental delay and autism, and suggestions that autism is not a permanent disability, which do not align with established diagnostic frameworks. Crucially, eligibility must not depend on simplistic severity categories that are not applied consistently and can be clinically imprecise. Functional assessment must be the basis for access and funding, with clear guidance and safeguards to prevent children missing out at the point where early intervention matters most. Speaker, families should not be forced to wait for a formal diagnosis before help begins. Thriving Kids is an opportunity to fix a long-standing gap by funding early screening, navigation and functional supports from the first signs of concern, particularly for children in priority cohorts. Stakeholders support staged reform, but they warn that the revised timeline risks moving faster than systems can safely deliver. Leading autism organisation Amaze cautions that commencement on 1 October and full implementation by 1 January 2028 may still fall short of the inquiry's intent for a flexible, phased rollout supported by pilots and clear public timelines, especially for workforce and service development. Just as importantly, the inquiry recommended overlap periods where both the NDIS and Thriving Kids operate concurrently, allowing children to remain supported under existing NDIS plans until Thriving Kids is fully functional and able to meet needs. Given the government has previously indicated changes to the NDIS access from mid-2027, stakeholders are concerned they may not fully overlap. It's important that both state and federal governments guarantee continuity of support. That means no child should lose, delay or have reduced support until foundational supports are fully rolled out, accessible and proven to meet demand. Speaker, the majority of submissions all returned to the same reality: workforce. Reform will fail if we design a system that assumes clinicians, educators and navigators exist in numbers we wish they did. A local provider in my electorate of Mackellar Kids First Children's Services has made this point powerfully. Allied health qualifications take years. Universities struggle to secure placements, experienced clinicians are leaving due to workload and administrative burden and lack of support. So the government's task is twofold. Design a model that can actually be staffed, and two, invest now to grow and retain the workforce required. I would like to add at this stage that the paid prac placements are core to us growing our allied health workforce. At the moment, we are burning our allied health students out and forcing them to face decisions in their life as to whether they have food on the table or are able to complete their practical placements. That is not good enough. We must fund training pipelines, supervision capacity, retention supports and practical incentives to work in underserviced areas. It also means developing a workforce that is neuro-affirming and evidence-informed, including capability across diversity, including cultural competency, gender-responsive practice and disability-affirming approaches for all disability types. Kids First Children's Services also cautions that families cannot substitute sustained professional support with information, resources and online programs. The reality is that families usually seek early intervention because they are already overwhelmed, not because they lack information. Many parents know what their children needs in theory, but require skilled in-person guidance to apply strategies in real life. Online access can be helpful, but it does not reliably build confidence, consistency or progress for children with more complex needs, especially where families face trauma, poverty, housing insecurity, language barriers, disability or burnout. Government must ensure Thriving Kids supports carers without transferring responsibility onto them. Building carer capacity should mean funding coaching, supported practice, practical wraparound navigation. Parent capacity has a ceiling shaped by work demands, mental health, caregiving load and life stress. Policy cannot ignore that ceiling. Speaker, another consistent message is that we must design a system that matches the provider landscape and ensures there is not bias towards large NGOs being treated as the default voice of best practice, with service models presumed scalable everywhere. In some metropolitan areas, including parts of Sydney, large NGOs have withdrawn due to cost and workforce pressures. Small family-run practices remain embedded locally, coordinating with schools, GPs and preschools and supporting children over many years. Government must design Thriving Kids to work with the full ecosystem, public, not-for-profit and private, so families have genuine choice and local capacity is not inadvertently dismantled. Related to this debate about registration, whilst all providers are bound by professional obligations
and clinicians operate under strong regulatory frameworks. Many choose not to register for reasons of cost and administrative load, not because of poor quality. Any expansion of mandatory registration must be done without disrupting care through a streamlined, proportionate registration pathway that leverages existing professional registrations, reduces duplication and preserves safeguards and quality standards, while ensuring small community-based services can participate. Providers stress that resource allocation should be based on real service availability and waiting times, not postcode stereotypes.
The member's time has expired.
Thank you, Speaker.
I call the member for Ford.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, who is becoming a regular audience of mine in this chamber. Thank you very much. I'm glad for a contribution, to be able to make a contribution to this report. It's unplanned, but it's also something which is very, very close to my heart. In fact, in many ways, I'd say that I've come to this place with a few but very important priorities to me. My head priorities are probably cheaper housing and cheaper energy, but my heart priority would be the NDIS and looking after disabled in my community. I have a very close family member who is autistic and who we decided as a family that we wouldn't pursue applying through the NDIS, because I know through the work that I've done in the community that the supports they would have got through the NDIS just would not have been worth the headache and the hassle of going through that process of diagnosis and making an application and going through that torturous project. But as it is said, the NDIS is the only lifeboat in the ocean, and with everybody trying to climb on it because there's nothing else there, it has also collapsed this system. And so I did promise never to read from my phone a speech, but as it was literally 39 minutes before I walked into this chamber, I got a message here, a follow-up message from a constituent that I tried to help last year. She came to me, saw me in my office with her 3-year-old child, her 3-year-old autistic child who non-verbal, was biting. It was so difficult for her to even have a conversation with me while she was trying to manage his behaviour, that it was just unfathomable what it must be like for her every day trying to manage that behaviour alone. So she saw me because she was about to run out of funding for her child, who was in a specialist daycare centre, because of course there are very few daycare centres that are set up to take kids with those sorts of behaviours. And she was desperately worried that she was going to lose the funding for that childcare. As a result, that would mean that she would have to leave her job, and because of that, it would mean that she would then be living in a car with her severely disabled 3-year-old child. And try as hard as we might to help, I got this message 39 minutes before I walked into this chamber, and she is going to say it better than I could. It's a little bit, there's a couple of spelling mistakes and that I just might stumble through it a bit, but the sentiment will be clear. Sorry I haven't reached out. My son and I have had a rough few months. After we spoke last, the provider spoke with me and told me a week before Christmas that my son needs the funding if he wanted to return this year. I was devastated. I didn't have time to organise a review or even try to do anything. My housing arrangements fell through because I had to leave work and my son was no longer in care, and the person I was living with could not handle him. We lived in our car for a week before YFS put us in emergency housing. We have been in a motel for 2 months now, with my son's behaviour getting worse and no end in sight. I'm really not okay, and I can't get anyone to understand or help. I'd probably be best to leave my contribution as that, because I'm not going to be able to say anything. I think none of us could say anything that would match the power of that. And that is a story that, as MPs, I'm sure we see it all the time. and it's just it is unfathomable what people are going through. And I was very pleased for the contribution from the member for Fadden, and I think there is a genuine sense that we all want to make this work. And it was really very good to hear him list those things that really the opposition is setting as preconditions to support thriving kids. Not that a first-term MP like me is going to be able to hold the government to any of them, but I'm sure the sentiment is something that we all agree on. And I hadn't understood what the opposition's position was on this, and so I am very, very pleased to hear the member for Fadden go through that. I think in our area, in the electorate I represent in Ford, there's something like, and these figures are 3 or 4 years old now, but there's something like 7,000 people on the NDIS. You compare that to another electorate, an inner-city electorate, in fact, of Griffith. I remember the comparison there was something like 3,500 people on the NDIS. So in a working class area like Ford, you've got twice as many people as you do in a sort of, you know, in an inner city electorate. In the schools in Ford, there's the Eagleby South State School and Waterford West State School, and I never quite get the term right. I think it's called an inclusion term or something, but generally it means kids with disabilities. Something like over 40% of every child at that school has a disability. 40%. So, I mean, not only is that all of those families and all of those kids are really, you know, set back to begin with, but the 60% of the kids in that classroom with them are also struggling with the behaviours. The teachers are struggling with those behaviours, and it holds the whole community back. And so while there are 7,000 people in Ford who are actually getting the NDIS, it probably makes you think maybe there's another 7,000 people that should be getting the NDIS. But the scheme was never meant for that. And in fact, one number I know comes to mind is that the Productivity Commission said that the NDIS in Queensland was supposed to cater for about 95,000 people. Right now there's 175,000 people. It's totally unsustainable. And we all know in this place that when a scheme like that is unsustainable as it is, it will lose community support. And so it is vital, in order to maintain that support, that the community have faith that it is actually returning value for money, doing what it's supposed to do. So I suppose I've got 10 minutes. I could go on forever with the problems. There's one other problem I suppose I would just want to say, which is that even with all of this money being spent and all of these participants in the system, there are still businesses going out of business. They still can't make the money work. The Catholic Church's arm, I'm not sure whether it was called Centrecare, but anyway, the Catholic Church's arm in Queensland that were looking after it have exited the field because they could not make it work. With a scheme costing, what is it, $50 billion a year, somewhere around there, they couldn't make it work. So it is something is going wrong from the end to the beginning, and you know, there has to be changes. Those changes, as have been mentioned, you know, they are causing anxiety in the community. And so again, it was very good to hear the opposition's contribution, that people need to know the kids aren't going to be worse off, that anybody who's getting the NDIS at the moment is going to continue to get the NDIS for a start. But this is about not trying to just shove people back into a dark corner, which is what existed prior to the NDIS, but it is about trying to come up with something better. And it may be at the school level, though of course they won't be able to cope with everything. It may be back at the community level, though they will need to be better resourced. But there is definitely, what is true is that it's not working now, and we have to come up with something else. While I've got a minute, there are many people in Ford that do an incredible amount of personal advocacy. One of them is Shannon Manning, who I want to give a shout out today. She is a mum who has well and truly real life experience with one severely disabled child and a younger autistic child as well. If there is any woman who is an example of how you do not lose if you keep on fighting, it is Shannon Manning. And she fights not only for herself, and when I say herself, I mean her kids and her family, but she fights for many parents that I send her way as well, including the woman that sent me that text today. And obviously we lost that fight, but together I think this Parliament, people in the community with good spirit will keep fighting, will keep winning for the thousands, millions, the 20% of people in Australia that live with a disability.
Thank you. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate is made an order of the day for the next sitting.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I second the motion.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. All of those opinions say aye.
Aye.
Against, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, Thursday the 12th of February 2026. Thank you.
You on that committee?